Hats, and your Brevard College Tornadoes. Let's meet today's starting lineups. First for Johnson and Wales. Leading off center fielder number 14, Cadence Hassel. Catcher number 4, Layla Strong. Third base number 0, 7 Hope. Second base number 9, Addison Lancey. The pitcher number 2, Mai Tellez Martinez. First base number 8, Katie Murphy. Shortstop number 10, Elizabeth Salazar. Right fielder number 1, Isabella Herrera. Left fielder number 25, Jaden Hamilton. And now, the starting lineup for your Brevard College Tornadoes. Left fielder number 3, Emily Hill. Center fielder number 5, Addison Smith. First base number 9, Reagan Winkler. Catcher number 99, Alyssa Boris. Second base number 10, Riley Locklear. Third base number 35, Andrea Furr. Shortstop number 00, Anna Graves. Designated player number 23, Hayden Moody. Right fielder number 12, Emma Payne. In the circle for your Tornadoes, number 6, Elizabeth Osiello. Fans, as part of Mental Health Awareness Day, for Morgan's Message and the Hidden Opponent, Brevard College is dedicating today's game to the life and legacy of Morgan Rogers, a former Duke University lacrosse student athlete who died tragically in July 2019 after battling mental health struggles. Although Morgan's life was cut way too short, her legacy of unconditional love remains. Morgan's Message was created by her family and former teammates with the mission to eliminate the stigma surrounding mental health, normalize the conversations about mental health, and ensure that mental health is treated equally to physical health for all student athletes. For more information on Morgan's life and legacy on how you can help those with mental health struggles, please visit morgansmessage.org. Ladies and gentlemen, rise if you are able and remove your hats as we give a moment of silence in remembrance of Morgan Rogers. Thank you. Please see the Morgan's Message and the Hidden Opponent tables outside for mental health resources about how you can get involved. Now, fans, at this time, we ask that you please remain standing for the playing of our national anthem.
Here on the campus of Brevard College, Ryan Wilkes taking through all your coverage today. The softball season opener here between Brevard and Johnson and Wales as the two teams face off today. Johnson and Wales coming in 1-3 with a lone win over Salem, but 3 games have come within 1 run apiece against Montreat, and also 1 loss to Salem. Split that doubleheader. So Brevard in softball action today, as we will have a first pitch this afternoon. Before we get going, Brevard in the black uniforms with the blue pinstripes, and Johnson and Wales in the blue uniforms with the yellow pinstripes as we get going today. Looking at the starting lineup for Johnson and Wales, who will hit first today. Shirley Arnold will deal the first pitch today to Alyssa Boris, who's getting the start behind home plate. Let's catch this first pitch real quick. Just a hair outside. But nonetheless, good way to kick off this 2026 softball season, as Caden Tassel, the center fielder, will lead things off. She's 3 for 7 so far this season. Layla Strawn, the catcher, batting second, 6 for 10 with 2 RBI. 7 Hope, third baseman, 2 for 8, but has 4 RBI, a double and a home run to her name so far. Addison Laney batting cleanup, 4 for 7 with 4 RBI and a home run as well. The pitcher, Mai Telez Martinez, will bat 5th, wearing number 2. The first baseman, number 8, Katie Murphy, will bat 6th, batting 7th. The shortstop, number 10, Elizabeth Salazar, 3 for 7, 2 RBI for her this season. And in right field, batting 8th, is number 1, Isabella Herrera, 1 for 3. She's also walked twice. And then the left fielder, number 25, Jaden Hamilton. We'll round out the starting lineup for Johnson and Wales. Looking at the Tornadoes order, that will come up in the bottom half of the first to kick off this 2026 season. A doubleheader here at home before going on the road for 18 straight games. But kicking off the season here at BC Softball Field, it'll be left fielder number 3, Emily Hill, the center fielder number 5, Addison Smith, and the first baseman number 9, Reagan Winkler, will be the first 3 to come to the plate for the Tornadoes in the home half of the first. As we get going, we'll talk the defensive alignment for Brevard. Before we get going today, it's Winkler at first, Locklear at second, Graves at short, Furr at third, Boris behind the dish. Osceola is in the circle with Payne in right, Smith in center, and Hill in left. Here we go. Brevard College softball for the first time here in 2026. It's a lefty-lefty battle here between Osceola and the leadoff hitting Caden Tassel. We'll play 2 today as we get going right about 1 o'clock between Brevard and Johnson and Wales. The first pitch home is skied high left side. Playable for Graves, and she'll make the play for out number 1. 1 pitch, 1 out for Osceola and the Tornadoes here on a windy and chilly Sunday afternoon in Brevard, North Carolina. The wind looks like it's blowing out to dead center field, and it is cold today. I'll tell you what, 42 degrees. Wind chill puts it in the 30s. As Hassel is retired for the first out of the ball game. Here's Layla Strawn. She's had a really hot start to 2026. As Winkler and Furr playing in. First pitch from Osceola, just the second pitch of the game, is taken high for a ball. 1 ball, no strikes on the catcher, Layla Strawn, with 7 Hope on deck and Addison Laney in the hole for the Wildcats here in the top half of the first inning. The pitch catches the outside corner from Osceola. A called strike, and it evens at a ball and a strike here with 1 down. In the top half of the first inning. Mentioned Johnson and Wales has had a trio of tight contests. Fell in 2 games to Montreat by 1 run apiece. Same deal in the second game of the doubleheader against Salem. As Osceola wheels and deals the 1-1 home to Strawn. She squares the bump, pokes it foul behind the dish as Alyssa Boris goes to retrieve. Talked to Boris a couple weeks ago about her experience at the NCAA D3 convention. She had the chance to go there with men's soccer's Tiernan Ponder. That was a good conversation. Got some insight from Alyssa on the SAAC here at Brevard. 1-2 the count. Osceola deals it, slapped left side. Furr diving stab. The throw is not in time. And it's an infield single for Layla Strawn. Runner on first here with 1 down as Strawn slaps one on the left side. Nice diving stab by Furr at third base. But the speed of Strawn gets her 7th hit of the season so far. As 7 Hope will stand in with a runner on first and 1 away. A wheel and deal from Osceola outside. Good job by Boris to keep it in front and hold Strawn at first base. Ball in, no strikes. Here to Hope. 2 for 8, 4 RBI, a double and a home run for 7 Hope, the third baseman today, wearing number 0. And the blue jerseys with the yellow pinstripes for the Wildcats. The offering home is taken high. And the count 2 balls and no strikes. Early action here in this Brevard College softball season. Talked to Barry Sheeran to preview this season. Also got Elizabeth Osceola and Reagan Winkler on to preview this season. Season that Brevard comes in pretty excited about its roster this year as the pitch is outside. Boris can't glove it, and Strawn will take second base and put a runner in scoring position for the Wildcats here in the first inning. Looked like Strawn was taken off for second anyway. Boris trying to get out of her stance to fire. It tipped off her glove as she goes to the circle to chat with Elizabeth Osceola. This caps off a big week here at Brevard College. It was a busy one with men's and women's basketball senior days yesterday. If you missed it, Brevard needed a couple things to happen to secure the top seed, and both of those did happen, as Brevard will be the top seed in the USA South Conference Tournament that kicks off the matchup against Meredith on Tuesday at 6 p.m. Looking forward to that. The ladies have had a wonderful year and look to continue that as the count moves 3 balls and no strikes on Hope. The offering home from Osceola was a swing and a miss for the first strike as Osceola tries to work her way back in this count. Elizabeth, also a manager for the women's basketball team, a senior out of Umatilla, Florida. As she toes the slab, takes a look at her wrist with Strawn on second after the infield single, and Hope will step out. 7 Hope in the box. Addison Laney is on deck. The pitcher, Mytelas Martinez, is in the hole for the Wildcats here in the top half of the first. 3-1 home is poked foul behind the dish, and the count moves full at 3-2. Nice shot by Osceola after the brief conversation with Boris to work her way back in this count. And bring it full. 3-2-1 scoreboard reads. 3 balls, 2 strikes. And an out here for the Tornadoes defensively in the top half of the first inning. Osceola wheels and deals a payoff. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. She works all the way back from down 3-0 in the count and gets Hope swinging for out number 2. 2 away now for Addison Laney, who will stand in from the right side. Lefty-righty matchup here with 2 down in the top half of the first inning. Osceola delivers. This one is lifted to center, and it's playable for Smith, who puts it away for out number 3. Osceola down 3-0 in a count with only 1 away and a runner on second. Gets a strikeout and a quick flyout to send us to the home half of the first. The Tornadoes come to the plate for the first time here in 2026 when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate. With crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits.
It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back here for the bottom half of the first, the Tornadoes come to plate for the first time here in 2026, as it'll be a freshman to lead things off for this Tornadoes roster that's pretty well balanced between youth and experience. As Hill will lead things off, Addison Smith is soft. It's empty, nobody out here in the home half of the first inning. A little bit of traffic for the Wildcats in the top half of the first, but didn't do anything with it as it's a swing and miss from Hill. And the count evens at 1-1 as we kick off this 2026 campaign. Hopefully by the time the Tornadoes come back home, the weather will be consistently warm as Hill pops this one up behind home plate. Strong gives chase in foul ground, but it deflects off the fence. And it's 0-2. Excuse me, 1-2 as Hill took the first pitch for a ball. So 1 ball and 2 strikes as Smith, in her second season with the Tornadoes, awaits on deck. It is blowing out here at BC softball field today as the offering home from Teles Martin. Pretty clean look for Brevard today. The black and blue pinstripe uniforms with the blue socks. As Teles Martinez looks to the Wildcat dugout to get the call. Kicks and fires at 2-2. Hill lifts this one to left. Left fielder chasing after it. It'll get down on the base of the wall. Hill rounds first. She's into second with a leadoff stand-up double. Her first collegiate hit and her first at-bat. Gave that one a ride. The wind again gusting. Might have helped that one carry a bit, and it got over the head of Hamilton and left. And now it will be Smith to step in with a runner on second and nobody out. Smith, 21 starts last season, logged 45 at-bats with 15 hits. Good for a .333 batting average, 6 RBI as well, and an RBI opportunity here. So square to bunt, lay down a nice one. Teles Martinez backhands. Throw to first is in time, but it moves Hill to third. A productive first down off the bat of Addison Smith. As it goes 1-3 from Teles Martinez to Murphy at first. As Reagan Winkler will stand in for the Tornadoes. The runner on third and one away. Ball to the outfield would likely score Hill as this one is a called strike. And it's 0-1. Winkler had her on Tornado Talk at Valdez, North Carolina. The senior right-hander. One of the veteran pieces of this team. Coach Brace Sheeran has gave her flowers to Winkler, who started 29 games last year. This one skipped in the dirt. Strong keeps it in front. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. 84 at-bats, 32 hits for Winkler last season. With 9 extra base hits and 13 RBI for Winkler. That's a 1-1 home. Reagan skies it high right side. It'll stay in the infield as a play is made by Laney. And a big second out for Teles Martinez to hold Hill at third. On the pop out to second. Here's Alyssa Boris, a cleanup hitting veteran for the Tornadoes, one of the other seniors on this roster. Junior is Boris out of Hugher, South Carolina. And she stands in, big spot here with 2 down. Right-hander Teles Martinez delivers on the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 0-1. Hill after the leadoff double stands on third. Smith got her over with the bunt. But since then, Winkler's popped out. Now Boris in a 0-1 count. As the Wildcats look to twirl their way out of the first inning. Boris skies hits one high right back towards Laney at second, and she'll put it away for the third out. So Teles Martinez dances out of it despite the leadoff double. And we head to the second. It's a scoreless ball game right here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Back to action here for the top of the second inning. It's Johnson and Wales coming back to the dish, as both pitchers did a really nice job despite some traffic. Both dealt with runners in scoring position, but both Osceola and Teles Martinez, who will lead off this top of the second, worked out of it. Osceola got a punch out and some soft contact to center, and Teles Martinez was able to get 2 pop-outs to second. As Osceola fires the first pitch home, a called strike. The fellow arm in the circle, Teles Martinez, and it's 0-1. It's Teles Martinez, Murphy, and Salazar due up here in the top half of the second. For this Johnson and Wales lineup, has produced runs this season, but again, close games have not gone the way of the Wildcats here in 2026, as the next offering is high for a ball. Mentioned the Tornadoes' schedule going to road or neutral sites for the next 18 games after these 2 today. Also had a pair of exhibitions at Spartanburg Methodist on the road as well, so a road-heavy start as Teles Martinez tips it foul. Counts 1-2 on her. Osceola threw an inning, has a strikeout, allowed 1 hit. It was an infield single, so the ball has not successfully left the infield so far today off the lefty. As she takes a peek at her wrists, gets a call from the Tornado dugout, and deals a 1-2 to Teles Martinez, who bounces it left side, and Furr will watch it trickle foul. And Teles Martinez comes back to retrieve her bat. Talking about the schedule, the Tornadoes next head to Covenant on Saturday for a doubleheader in Lookout Mountain, Georgia. Then to Maryville, Tennessee for a pair of contests. And then Berea and Wesleyan, 3 games against Wesleyan before March 12th heading to Myrtle Beach for the Fast Pitch Dream Spring Classic as Osceola deals the next 1-2. It just misses off the plate. Count evens at 2-2. Bases empty for the Wildcats to start this top half of the second inning. No score between Brevard and Johnson and Wales. As Osceola fires home the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. 2 punch-outs for Osceola as she gets Teles Martinez to chase the rise ball. And there's 1 down. Osceola, the senior out of Umatilla, Florida, transfer from Lake Sumter State. She gets her first start this season. Appeared in 18 games last year, 3.37 ERA, in 72 2/3 innings of work. She works here against Katie Murphy with 1 down. Pitch finds the outside corner for a strike, and it's 0-1. Osceola also will go to the batter's box a couple times. She logged 18 at-bats last season, 4 hits and a pair of RBI. As she works here against Murphy with 1 down. The 0-1 home is looped off the end of the bat, but it finds the outfield grass for a single. Just got enough on that one to poke it into no man's land in between Locklear and Winkler, and it's the second hit of the afternoon. Salazar will stand in from the right side with Murphy on first. As I guess you can say that ball left the infield, just barely. It clipped the outfield grass. On the second hit of the afternoon for the Wildcats, another runner aboard. Here's 1 down the top of the second. Osceola fires, finds his zone for a called strike. And it's 0-1. All things considered, it's a nice day for softball. Just if you take the wind away, it's probably still cold, but not as cold as it is right now. Unfortunately, the Tornado softball team missed out on some of the warm weather this past week. Next pitch just misses outside. Count evens at a ball and a strike here in a scoreless ball game in the top half of the second. With Salazar in the box, Herrera on deck, and Hamilton the hole will round out the first trip through this Wildcat order. As Osceola twirls and fires a 1-1, swing and miss upstairs. Strike 2. Osceola in position for punch out number 3 if she can get Salazar to whiff again. Murphy on first after the single. As Osceola peeks at her wrist. Wheels and fires a 1-2. It's soft off the bat towards Locklear at second. And she'll put it away easily for out number 2. She went right back to that pitch upstairs, and Salazar just poked it out towards Locklear. as Isabella Herrera stands in 1 for 3 so far this season with a pair of walks. As the sun shines down on BC softball fields. When that happens, it does feel a little bit better out here, but Herrera awaits the first pitch home from Osceola that catches the outside corner for a called strike. And it's 0-1. Runner on first and Murphy. As Osceola works, lines and fires the pitch home. Herrera pokes it foul. The count 0-2. Osceola looking for back-to-back scoreless frames and is 1 strike away from doing so with Murphy still aboard first. And 2 down. Hamilton waits on deck. Osceola looks to delay that meeting to the 3rd inning here on a advantage count against Herrera. Osceola works with Boris behind the dish as Boris takes a peek towards the Tornado dugout. Coach Sheeran directing her defense here with 2 down. The offering home from Elizabeth is downstairs. Herrera holds up, and the count moves 1-2. Johnson Wales and Brevard have squared off a couple of times here in this 2025-2026 athletic calendar on the hardwood and on the baseball field as well, as it's a swing and a miss from Herrera, strike 3. 3 punch-outs, 2 in the second for Elizabeth Osceola, and we head to the bottom half. Still no scores. Osceola strands another base runner, and the Tornadoes will come back to the plate when we return on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Bottom of the second after Osceola gets through the second scoreless. Didn't deal with too much there. It was a softly hit single by Murphy that put her on first, but Osceola retires the next 2 with soft contact and a strikeout. As Riley Locklear will lead off this home half of the second for the Tornadoes. As the wind continues to blow, I know I've said it, you can hear it. It was not the most pleasant to hear the wind, but nothing we can do about it today on a windy day. Brevard, North Carolina, as Teles Martinez delivers a called strike on the inside corner. Locklear, the junior out of Candler, North Carolina. She was an academic all-conference and all-district selection for her accomplishments in the classroom last year. As she takes upstairs, the count evens at a ball and a strike. Locklear, 27 starts in 2025, hit .234. With 15 hits, 5 of them were doubles, and 9 RBI to her line last season. As Teles Martinez twirls and fires, Locklear puts a charge into one down the line. It's tailing, foul. Locklear barely missed the first long ball and the first run of the season for the Tornadoes, but it twirls just foul, left to the foul pole in left field. And she'll stand back in to face a 1-2 from Teles Martinez. A 1-2 home. Locklear watches it downstairs, and the count evens at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Again, stick around today. We'll have 14 innings of softball as we're in the middle of the second inning here. A busy day of Brevard College softball right here live on YouTube as a 2-2 poked foul to the right side. And Locklear stays alive. Good battle in the box from the upperclassman Locklear. And her 3rd season with the Tornadoes, has started 61 games in total, so certainly an experienced portion of this team, with Riley Locklear as Andrea first stands on deck. Anna Graves in the hole. The pitch home is slapped up the middle, scooped up at second. Throw to first is in time from Laney as she takes a couple steps to her right and makes the play for the first out. Not a bad at-bat there from Locklear. Was just feet away. And I think Johnson Wales on that swing in particular is thankful for the win today. As without the win, it probably would have stayed fair. But it pushes it foul, and Locklear eventually retired on a ground out to second. As Andrea first stands in, the third baseman wearing number 35 for the Tornadoes. First pitch home from Tellez Martinez, a called strike. And the count, 0-1. For another junior in this team from Richfield, North Carolina. Awaits a 0-1 offering. Righty-righty battle here with one down. The base is empty. Misses outside in the opposite batter's box, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. First started 22 games, hit .414 last season with 24 hits and 58 at-bats for Brevard. As the next pitch home, Furr clubs one deep to left, going back the track, the wall, and Furr has left the yard. It's 1-0 Tornadoes. Her first career home run, she leaves the yard to left, and the Tornadoes lead 1-0. You could tell off the bat she knew it. She tossed the bat and touched them all. Tornadoes just missed one earlier in the frame. That time, no doubt, off the bat of Andrea Furr. And the Tornadoes take the early lead here in the bottom of the second. Here's Anna Graves, the sophomore shortstop, batting seventh, wearing 00. Strawn has a quick conversation with Tellez Martinez after the Tornadoes get on the board first here in the season opener. Tellez Martinez wheels and deals to Graves, a called strike on the outside corner. And the count is 0-1. As Tellez Martinez peeks at her wrist, wheels and fires outside. Count evens a ball and a strike. Today is a Morgan's Message game here at the Brevard College softball field, recognizing Morgan Rogers and the mental health stigma in college athletics as the offering home. Graves swings and misses, and it's 1-2. 1 ball, 2 strikes with 1 out after the Tornadoes get on the board. Bases empty here with 1 down for Anna Graves. Tellez Martinez wheels and delivers. This one slapped over the head of Laney and into right field for Graves. A base hit as she pokes it, gets just enough on it over the outstretched arm of Laney at second. And back-to-back hits for Brevard as Hayden Moody, the designated player, will step up to the plate. Graves on first after the single, back-to-back knocks after Furr's home run. As the junior Moody will stand in from the right side. Tellez Martinez delivers a called strike. Graves taken off for second, and she gets underneath the tag. A stolen base for Anna Graves. She's in the scoring position. As the count moves 0-1 on Hayden Moody. Now Moody will have a quick conversation with Emily White, the third base coach. Now Graves is called out. She left early from first base after a brief discussion with the umpires, and there's 2 away. So Graves left a second or 2 early from the base path. From the base, and she is called out upon further review as Moody pokes one up the middle, a base hit. It trickles all the way to the wall as Moody rounds first, heads for second. The throw is cut off, and Moody has a stand-up double. That one most certainly would have resulted in a run as Graves just left a half a second early. Nonetheless, Moody is in to scoring position on second for Emma Payne. The 9-hole hitter will round out the first trip through the order. The freshman out of Candler, North Carolina. Tellez Martinez delivers a called strike on the outside corner. It's 0-1. Another freshman in this lineup. We saw Emily Hill get a double in her first collegiate at-bat. We'll see if Payne can deliver here with a runner in scoring position and 2 down. Teles Martinez delivers. This one looped towards right. It'll get to Laney. She throws offline, and Payne will be in safely. Now Moody racing home. She is tagged out for the 3rd out of the inning. A wacky play in which Laney did a great job to stop that ball from trickling the outfield. But her throw was offline. Moody tried to race home, and she was tagged out for the final out of the 2nd. But we head to the top of the 3rd. Brevard on the board with a solo home run from Andrea Furr. And we'll take a quick break. Be back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon Espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals that
Back here at BC softball field for the top half of the 3rd inning. Brevard leads Johnson and Wales in a little bit of a wacky inning as Anna Graves was called out, leaving early from first, and then Emma Payne's single to the right side was a bad throw from Laney that Moody tried to race home on, but was tagged out at the plate. So Brevard only with 1, with 5 hits so far today. As Jaden Hamilton will round out the first trip through the Wildcat order. First pitch up high, check swing. There's an appeal, but she did not go around. And the count of ball and no strikes. We kick off this 3rd inning with Hamilton. And back to the top for Hassel and Strawn. 9-1-2 in the Wildcat order. As Osceola, who has been strong so far, delivers home. Swing and a miss. And the count evens at 1-1. Both pitchers have had pretty clean lines so far. No walks for either arm, but Brevard has gotten to Teles Martinez a bit, but the defense has backed her up well to only allow 1 run on 5 hits. Pitch home is poked to the left side, and it will go over the backstop and out of play. 1-2 the count now on the 9-hole hitting Hamilton, 0 for 3 this season. She bats from the left side. Osceola working with Boris behind the dish. She have worked well so far as the pitch just misses outside. And evens the count at 2-2. So apologies if you hear some sniffles today. Been a long week, so trying hard not to catch a cold, but it might catch up to me by the end of today being out here in the cold. Try my best for a clean call today as the count 2-2. Hamilton pokes it left side. Graves knocks it down. Her throw is in time. Nice job by Graves to recover. She was able to knock it down. Didn't scoop it up cleanly, but fired over quickly to first. And got Hamilton for the first out. Back to the top for Hassel. She popped out to short in her first at-bat, which has been a rather good start to the season for Hassel. 3 for 8 with 4 RBI. She's stolen 2 bases and walked 3 times. Only struck out once so far this year. She works with the bases empty. The pitch home to Hassel is outside for a ball. The count of ball and no strikes. Everything from Osceola has been in or around the zone. There haven't been any bad misses so far from Elizabeth Osceola. As she delivers home, this one chopped foul off the ankle of Hassel, and the count evens at a ball and a strike. Strawn, one of the 2 hits on the first trip through, stands on deck, but the Wildcats haven't gotten anything more than a single so far. And the threats have been limited so far from this offense due to the performance of Elizabeth Osceola with 3 strikeouts so far. Pitch home to Hassel. Softly hit left side to Furr. It dies in the dirt, and that allows Hassel to reach first. That ball, I don't think Furr expected it to die as quickly as it did. But it's an infield single. Second one of the game for Layla Strawn. Excuse me, for Cadence Hassel. First hit of the day for her. Layla Strawn will step in now from the left side. So Hassel, a base-stealing threat aboard first. With 1 down, as Strawn awaits the first offering from Osceola. Strawn squares to bunt, pulls back, but not quick enough, as it's called a strike, and it's 0-1. Strawn, the catcher today, now 7 for 11, a red-hot start for Layla, as she awaits the offering from Osceola. Hassel stands on first with 1 away. The pitch home, Strawn again squares to bunt, this time pokes it foul. And we'll face a 0-2 count. Don't think they're going to give Strawn the bunt signal here on a 0-2 count. Trying to manufacture Hassel into scoring position with 7 Hope standing on deck. She struck out in her first at-bat, one of the 3 strikeouts for Osceola so far. Looking for number 4 here in a 0-2 count. Did she go? Yes, she did. Strike 3. 4th strikeout for Osceola. It looked like Strawn was trying to slap it and didn't pull back quick enough. And that's a second out. Strawn down on strikes. I think it was on her going around. Don't think that was a call. It's strike 3. But she went around on the slap attempt. As the first pitch home to 7 Hope. She rips it in the gap for extra bases. Hassel rounding third. She's going to head home as the ball's still up against the wall. It's a stand-up RBI double for 7 Hope, and we're tied at 1. Didn't even have time to finish my thought as Hope punched that one into the gap and scores Hassel all the way from first. And just like that, we're deadlocked at 1 apiece. Here's Addison Laney with a go-ahead run in scoring position on second, with 2 away here in the top half of the 3rd inning. Osceola toes the slab, looks at her wrist, and rocks and fires the first pitch home. This one skied high towards left center, as Smith calls everybody off and makes the play for out number 3. Nice job by Osceola after the RBI double with 2 down to strand the go-ahead run in scoring position. We head to the bottom half of the 3rd, tied at 1 when we come back right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits.
It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Emily Hill will lead off this home half of the 3rd for the Tornadoes, who are tied here with Johnson and Wales, 1 apiece. After 7 Hope rips a RBI double with 2 outs. In the inning, the pitch home, a swing and a miss from Hill, who doubled her first time up in her first collegiate at-bat. She's down 0-1 in this count with Teles Martinez. Brevard had opportunities for more in that home half of the 2nd. But Johnson and Wales did a nice job of limiting them to just 1 as Teles Martinez paints the outside corner. It's quickly 0-2 on Hill. Addison Smith on deck, Reagan Winkler in the hole. As we go back to the top, 1, 2, 3, 2 up for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the third. Tellis Martinez winds and fires. This one lifted to center. Back on it is Hassel, and she will put it away for the first out. That one looks like it got in on the hands of Hill. She's able to poke it out to center where Hassel was awaiting. And there's one down for Addison Smith. Smith, the sack bunt in her first time up. That moved Hill from second to third as she stands back in for her second time at the plate. She hits from the right side with the bases empty and one down. Tellis Martinez delivers a called strike at the bottom of the zone, and it's 0-1. We'll play 7 more after this game, a tightly contested one so far between the visitors from Charlotte and the Brevard College Tornadoes kicking off their 2026 season. Next pitch home, check swing, it's tipped foul. And it's 0-2 on Smith. No balls, 2 strikes, bases empty and one down for this Tornado offense who got on the board first, courtesy of Andrea First, solo home run to left. Tellis Martinez has not batted an eye. She's really locked back in as she delivers just outside, barely missed at called strike 3. But the count evens at 2-2. So 1-2 the count on Smith, as this is a swinging strike 3. First punch out for Tellis Martinez, and she gets Smith for the second out of the third. Reagan Winkler popped out to second, her first time up. Standing with the bases empty and 2 down as Tellis Martinez looks for a 1-2-3 third inning. She wheels and deals the first pitch home. It's tipped foul off the bat of Winkler. And it's 0-1. Alyssa Boris on deck. Riley Locklear in the hole for the Tornadoes, trying to keep this third inning alive. No balls and a strike with 2 down here on Winkler. It's a right-handed Locklear, twirls and fires home. It's downstairs. And the count evens at 1-1. Tornadoes trying to keep the line moving. So far, nothing doing on Tellis Martinez here in the third inning. The pitch home from her. Dribbler left side and foul to the left of the third base bag. And the count moves 1-2 on Winkler. A strikeout for Tellis Martinez, her first here in the third inning as she tries to keep Brevard off the board and keep the momentum with Johnson and Wales after 7 Hope punch an RBI double to make it a 1-1 ball game. Tellis Martinez peeks at her wrist for the call. Twirls and fires home. It's inside and low. Count evens at 2-2. Very windy day, if you can't tell, here in Brevard, North Carolina. As Saturday was beautiful, or Friday was beautiful. About 70-degree weather, but it certainly cooled off. A little bit of a cold front sweeping back through North Carolina. The 2-2 home is dribbled left side by Winkler. Knocked down by the shortstop, but Winkler will race to first. And I want to say an error on the shortstop, and I think that's going to be the call. First error of the ball game on either side. It's tight play there at short on the backhand, but it's going to go down as an error that will put Winkler aboard first for Alyssa Boris. So the Tornadoes catch a break to keep this frame alive. We'll see if Boris can keep the line moving here in the third. The pitch home from Tellis Martinez is skied high right behind us. Behind home plate, now to play. And the count 0-1 on Alyssa. Again, great conversation with her. It's a pleasure to talk to her as one of the leaders on this Brevard College softball team. And one of the leaders in the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. She got to travel to Washington, D.C. for the NCAA D3 convention. Pitch home to her is high. Count evens at a ball and a strike. A lot of cool insight from her on that trip and just what goes on with those meetings as a whole. Just keeping everybody up to date on the legislation and the different changes in the ever-evolving NCAA. That's a 1-1 home to Boris. High and away. Ball 2. Again, all those Tornado Talk recordings are archived on our YouTube if you want to go back. I can't remember the exact date I talked to Alyssa, but it was no longer than a month ago, give or take. That's a 2-1 home to Alyssa. On the inside corner, a called strike, and a check back to first on Winkler, who's diving in safely. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs in a 1-1 ball game here in the home half of the third inning. Boris stands back in from the right side. As Teles Martinez deals the 2-2 home to Alyssa. She lifts it into right center. The right fielder giving chase on the run. Gets off her glove. Winkler rounding second. The ball still in the outfield. They're going to send Winkler home, and she's in standing up. It's an RBI double for Alyssa Boris, who delivers with 2 outs in the inning. And the Tornadoes out back in front. It's 2-1. I think it was a right fielder, Herrera, who laid out to try and make that play. It nicked off the tip of her glove. As Locklear will stand in with Boris on second. Now the infield converges with Strawn going out there as well to talk with Teles Herrera with 2 down. Big swing of the bat for Alyssa Boris to seesaw the lead back in favor of the Tornadoes. It looked like Teles Martinez was cruising here in the third and was on her way to a 1-2-3 inning, but Boris comes up huge and delivers a RBI double, the third double of the game for this Tornadoes offense. 4 extra base hits in total with that home run from Andrea Furr. And the lone double for Johnson and Wales tied the game at the top, courtesy of 7 Hope. But since then, Brevard has swung the lead back in front, and a runner in scoring position for Locklear, who's going to step out as the umpire adjusts his face mask and prepares for the first pitch home from Teles Martinez. It's high and outside. Sean keeps it in front to Old Boris at second. Ball and no strikes, 2 down. The 2-1 Tornado lead here in the home half of the third. Neither side has scored more than 1 run in an inning. Tornadoes back-to-back innings with 1 run apiece as Locklear takes off the plate. And the count's 2 balls and no strikes. Locklear stands back in from the right side. Teles Martinez winds and fires. Locklear dribbler left side to third. Hope scoops. Her throw to first is in time for out number 3. So Teles Martinez strains Boris on second, but not before Alyssa scores 1 on a RBI double. And we head to the 4th inning. Brevard back in front, 2-1 when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits.
It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back here at Brevard College softball field with 2 outs in the inning, Alyssa Boris delivers an RBI double to swing the Tornadoes back in front as we kick off the top of the 4th inning with Teles Martinez. As the 2 pitchers, been a bit of pitcher's duel so far. As Osceola's dealt 4 strikeouts, and Teles Martinez has held up her end as well. And strands a runner in scoring position there in the bottom of the 3rd. Osceola works as Teles Martinez loops one down the left field line and foul. The count is 0-1. It is a brisk day here in Brevard, North Carolina. The wind continues to gust out towards dead center field. Osceola toes the slab and readies to fire. 0-1 home to Mytelis Martinez with Katie Murphy and Elizabeth Salazar waiting. 5, 6, and 7 we go. And the Wildcat order, it's downstairs. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Again, a somewhat unorthodox schedule for this Tornadoes team, starting with a doubleheader here at home. Then on the road, we're at neutral sites for 18 straight games. We'll return back home on March 24th. Pitch home. Misses just a hair inside. As Alyssa Boris peeks back and asks where that one missed, just a bit inside. The count, 2 balls and a strike with the bases empty. Nobody out here in the top half of the 4th inning. Osceola reads her wrists. Both teams using those wristbands to get the calls. Here in the season opening contest as it's poked right side and foul. Count evens at 2-2. 2-2 the count here on Mytelis Martinez. And this lefty-righty battle between Osceola and her fellow starting pitcher in this ballgame. The 2-2 high. Nice shot by Telis Martinez to hold up. And the count moves full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Again, neither side has dealt a free pass so far in this game, but it's a full count here between Osceola and Mytelis Martinez. As Osceola wheels and deals the payoff. Liner towards third. Furr off her glove. She's able to tip it back to herself and glove it for the first out. It nicked off her glove. She was able to tip it right back to herself and get the first out here in the 4th. So Telis Martinez retired. As Osceola now works against Katie Murphy, who had a single in her first time up, now 3 for 5 through the first 4 games and change of 2026. Pitch home to her. Soft, shallow fly to right, laying out his pain, but it gets underneath her glove. And it will be a single for Murphy. Not a ton of hard contact in this game, but Johnson & Wales has been able to find some holes through the infield and the outfield so far with their 5th of the ball game, but it's been 4 singles and a double. The double is the run-scoring hit from 7 Hope. But other than that, it's been all soft contact from Elizabeth Osceola. As Murphy stands on first, Salazar in from the right side. The pitch home, dribbled up the middle to second, flipped to second for 1. Graves taps it back, throw back to first. Not in time. Are they going to say both were safe? Did Graves pull her foot off the bag? I think that's the call. So the turn up the middle, unsuccessful. It's going to be first and second. So an error on the Tornadoes, make it first and second with 1 out. Looked like a tailor-made double play ball as Locklear dealt towards Graves at second. As Taylor White talks with her pitcher, Elizabeth Osceola, in the circle, and the conversation concludes, it will be Herrera to stand in. With runners on first and second, the tying run in scoring position for the bottom of this Wildcats order. With Herrera in the box, Hamilton on deck, and the top of the order in Cadence Hassel in the hole for Johnson & Wales. Tough break there for this defense. It looked like Graves was close to the bag, but didn't keep her foot intact. As Herrera waits the first off from Osceola, she squares to bunt, does not pull back. And the count will move 0-1 as both Furr and Winkler were charging. Locklear, the second baseman, and Graves, the shortstop, coming in to cover first and third respectively. As count 0-1 on Herrera. Osceola twirls and fires. Herrera takes a called strike on the outside corner, and it's quickly 0-2. Osceola trying to dance out some traffic here in the 4th. With a 2-1 lead in favor of the Tornadoes. An error apiece now for both sides. The last one from the Tornadoes on that ball up the middle. As Osceola works. Here in 0-2 count. She fires home. It's off the plate for ball 1. Not a bad spot there from Elizabeth. Again, I mentioned it earlier, but she's been in and around the zone this whole game. There haven't been many pitches you look at and you think it's a no-brainer to hold up on. as Herrera awaits the 1-2 from Osceola. The pitch home, tipped just foul by Herrera, able to stay alive. Here in a 1-2 count. Johnson and Wales mentioned the Tornadoes have seen them on multiple athletic fields this season. On the hardwood, on the baseball field, and now here at the softball diamond at BC Softball Field in Brevard, North Carolina. The 1-2 on the way from Osceola. Herrera, soft dribbler out to third. First scoops, throws to first in time, but it advances both runners as a Winkler launched to third to the cover and Graves, not in time to get Murphy. So a productive out number 2 off Herrera, but the Tornadoes gladly exchange that for the second out of the frame. So Herrera out 5-3. As Hamilton in from the left side with 2 down. 2 runners in scoring position. The tying run on third in Murphy and the go-ahead on second in Salazar. First pitch home to Hamilton. She's behind it on a swing and a miss. And the count 0-1. Osceola trying to get out of this, the most real traffic we've seen so far from Johnson and Wales, who trails 2-1. Here in the top of the 4th inning. Osceola fires. This one lifted into center. It drops for a base hit. Murphy scores from third, but coming up firing was the center fielder. Now throw back to second is in time for out number 3. The run will not count, but the tying run does come across on the RBI single from Hamilton. Nice job by Boris at the plate. As soon as she caught the ball, she fired to second to get Hamilton, who was trying to leg it out to second base. But nonetheless, again, Johnson and Wales finds the equalizer in the top half of the 4th. As we head to the bottom half, it's 2-2 right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate. With crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits, it's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Andrea Furr stands in for the second time today after hitting a home run in her first time at the plate. Stand in here with the bases empty and nobody out here in a 2-2 ball game as Johnson and Wales again finds the equalizer as Teles Martinez delivers outside for a ball. 4 extra base hits for the Tornadoes. 4 of their 6 have gone for extra bases, but 5 of the 6 for Johnson and Wales have been singles, including the tying one from Hamilton, the 9-hole. As the pitch home, called strike to Furr, count evens at 1-1. Good crowd on hand today, despite the elements. A lot of bundles around BC softball field as Furr pokes this one foul. And the count is 1-2. One ball, 2 strikes on Andrea Furr with Anna Graves and Hayden Moody awaiting on deck and in the hole. Furr takes off the plate. Count evens at 2-2. Here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Glad you could join us today here on a windy Sunday afternoon in Brevard, North Carolina. These 2 teams will square off twice today before Brevard heads on the road for quite a while. Won't be back here for about a month as Furr fouls off the next pitch and the count remains 2-2. Been quite the busy week here on YouTube, including the Tornadoes women's basketball team clinching the top seed in the regular season crown for the first time in program history yesterday with a win over North Carolina Wesleyan and a Southern Virginia loss at Pfeiffer. The next 2-2 home to Furr. She corkscrews it off the end of her bat, racing down the first baseline. Throw to first is dropped, and Furr will be aboard first. An awkwardly hit ball off the bat of Furr. It kind of corkscrewed off the end of her bat, and the throw was in time from Teles Martinez, but Murphy couldn't handle it. And it's an error on the first baseman. As now it looks like we'll have a pinch runner. I'm sure you can hear the wind is just gusting here at Brevard College softball field. Kaylee Marr will pinch run. The junior outfielder comes in for Furr. As Coach Sheeran confirms the substitution, I'm sure Furr will come back out at third at the conclusion of this inning. As Anna Graves will hit with a runner on first and nobody out. Brevard looking to swing the lead back its way after the two sides have gone back and forth. Brevard took the lead in the second inning with a solo home run. Johnson and Wills tied it with an RBI double. Brevard did the same to retake the lead as it pitches outside for a ball. But the single from Hamilton is the most recent run scoring hit to make it 2 apiece. But Brevard with early traffic after the error. As pitch is delivered home, Marr was taken off, but it's fouled off to the right side. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Hayden Moody awaits on deck, and it'll be Emma Payne to round out the first trip through this, or the second trip through this tornado order. As the 7, 8, and 9 hitters have been productive, 3 for 3 so far. Graves with a single, Moody with a double, and Payne with a single. Pitch home, downstairs, Marr taken off. The throw from Strawn is on line, and in time, but didn't tag Marr, who slid around the tag. A crafty slide from Kaylee Marr, as the throw was in time to the second base bag. As now the head coach for Johnson and Wales is going to come out for a conversation as Courtney Orr, in her second year with the Wildcats, looks for an explanation from the field umpire, as Marr did a wonderful job to slide around that tag. 2-1 the count. As the call will stand, Marr on second, and Graves in a 2-1 count here with nobody out in the home half of the fourth. Prime opportunity for Brevard to swing the lead back its direction. As Tellez Martinez looks at her wrist, fires home. Graves swings and misses down low. Count evens at 2-2. Tellez Martinez, 1 strikeout. Osceola's punched out 4, but a 2-2 count here. Tellez Martinez perhaps looking for her second. First out of the frame. She fires home. Graves punches it back foul to stay alive. Good job by Anna on the box just to get a piece and stay alive here in this 2-2 count. Tellez Martinez wheels and deals the next 2-2. Graves dribbles it left side and foul again to stay alive in the count. 2-2 your score, 2-2 the count, with nobody out here in the Brevard half of the fourth inning as we move throughout this first 7-inning contest. A pitch home downstairs, gets beyond Strawn, and it'll allow Marr to race to third. Count moves full on Graves. Marr a base away from giving the Tornadoes a lead back. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out as Marr moves up a bag. On the wild pitch from Tellez Martinez. Pitch home to Graves, left side and through for a base hit. Gets by Seven Hope all the way to the wall as Graves grounds first, heads for second. It's an RBI double for Anna Graves. Second hit of the game as Marr comes in to score. And Brevard is back in front, 3-2. Great piece of hitting from Graves. She spoiled a couple pitches she didn't like, and then rips one right down the third base line. Hit so hard that it went all the way to the wall. And she's able to get to second. Pitch home to Moody is a called strike. And it's 0-1 with Graves standing on second. The lead has swung back and forth in the past few innings. Brevard has scored a run in each of the last 3 frames. Johnson and Wales has answered with 2 of its own. As Moody lifts one to right, it's going to drop in right field. Graves races to third. The throwback is cut off, and it's a single for Moody. The bottom of the order continues to deliver. Now 5 for 5 is the 7, 8, 9 hitters. It's a 9-hole hitting Emma Payne will stand in. Graves moves to third on the single to right. from Hayden Moody. Moody a double and a single so far. Same deal for Graves as Payne steps in 1 for 1 today. The pitch home is a called strike on the inner edge. Check back to third on Graves as Moody races to second. Now 2 ducks on the pond with nobody out. 3-2 your score, but a big opportunity for Brevard to get its first multi-run inning in this contest with runners on second and third and nobody out for Payne. The pitch home, Payne loops it to center. It's going to drop in center field for a base hit. The center fielder kicks it around. Moody's going to get the green light. Coming around third, she will score. And it's 5-2 Tornadoes. Looks like an RBI single and perhaps an error on the center fielder that allowed Moody to come in and score. And it's 5-2. Now we'll see a conversation. Looks like a new arm coming in for Johnson and Wales. We'll get that information when we come back, as Brevard has put up 3 here in the home half of the fourth to take a 5-2 lead when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon Espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here at Brevard College softball field, it's Anijah Gary, the freshman out of Charlotte, to take over for Mytelis Martinez, who deals 67 pitches and leaves with a 5-2 deficit after the 2 RBI single from Emma Payne. Back to the top of the order as Payne moved over to second on the throw back to the infield. Gary delivers home. It's looped down the right field line, tailing. Foul, just barely off the bat of Hill. Talking about that bottom of the order, on the second trip through, they have yet to be retired. Graves, Moody, and Payne, a combined 6 for 6 with 3 RBI of the 5 runs so far for this Tornado offense. As Graves delivered the RBI double with Payne scoring both Moody and Graves on the 2 RBI single. A check swing, sky ball out to right. Playable for the right fielder. She makes the play. Now a pump fake from Payne, who runs into the shortstop Salazar. She's back in safely. On the first out of the inning, off the bat of Emily Hill, she flies out to right field and gives way to Addison Smith. 5-2 your score. First time either side has scored more than a run in an inning. 3 runs here for the Tornadoes in the fourth. 2 coming on that Payne RBI, 2 RBI single. As Addison Smith, 0 for 1 today. Stands in from the right side. Against Gary, the pitch home. Called strike on the inner edge, and it's 0-1. Bottom 4 here in the season opener for the Tornadoes. So far, so good. Complimentary pitching offense and defense in the first handful of innings here in 2026 for this Tornadoes team. First look we're getting at them as a 0-1 downstairs. Smith had squared to bump, but pulled back in time. The count evens at a ball and a strike. Only 1 run so far for the Tornadoes has been earned due to a handful of errors for this Johnson and Wales team. 2 innings so far for Gary this season as she records her first out of this ball game. Smith lays down a bunt right in front of home plate. Strong throws to first in time for the second out, but a productive second out on the sacrifice bunt from Addison Smith. It goes 2-3 as it was right in front of Strawn. Her throw was online and in time to Murphy at first as Reagan Winkler 0 for 2 will stand in with a runner on third as Payne races to third base on the sacrifice spot. A pitch home from Gary. Calling strike on the inner edge, and it's 0-1. Sunny day here in Brevard, but a cold one as we work through the middle innings of this one. 5 runs on 9 hits for this Tornado offense as they see the second arm of the day for Johnson and Wales and Anijah Gary. Pitch home, stays down. Count evens at a ball and a strike. With Payne on third base, Winkler, the talented hitter in the box. Reached last time on an error. And popped out to second her first time at the dish. She waits a 1-1, the pitch home. Winkler skies it high to shallow center. And it'll get down over the head of Laney. It's an RBI single that got off the handle of the bat of Winkler. And she pokes it into center field, and the Tornadoes lead 6-2. Alyssa Boris back up. RBI double her last time at the plate. As the Tornadoes make it 4 here in the home half of the 5th inning. Pitch home to Boris. Line drive up the middle, a base hit. As Winkler stays put at second. Boris with her second hit of the day. And the Tornadoes keep the line moving here in the 4th. Here's Riley Locklear. 0 for 2 with 2 groundouts. In from the right side against Anijah Gary. With 2 down, runners on first and second, and Boris and Winkler. After the Tornadoes continue to string together the hits, 11 hits so far. As the pitch low and in, check back to first on Boris, not in time. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Gary looks at her wrists, working with Strawn here as she wheels and deals the 1-0 home. It's downstairs, gets beyond Strawn. Winkler racing for third, she's there in time. And Boris trots to second. So now it's second and third for Locklear as the Tornadoes look to add on here in the home half of the 4th. Gary twirls and fires. This one looped towards short, and it's grabbed on the run by Salazar to end the frame, but not before the Tornadoes get a crooked number in the 4th. 4 runs in the bottom of the 4th as we head to the 5th. It's all Tornadoes as it stands right now, 6-2 when we come back on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Cadence Hassel leads off the 5th inning for Johnson & Wales as we go 1, 2, and 3 on the 3rd trip through the Wildcat order. And the largest lead of the day for the Tornadoes, 6-2 after a 4-run 4th inning. As Hassel stands in from the left side to face off with the lefty, Elizabeth Osiello. The pitch home, Hassel pokes it foul behind the dish, and the count is 0-1. Base is empty for Hassel as Johnson & Wales, who has had an answer for most punches the Tornadoes have thrown today, face a larger hole here to start the 5th. Game's been tied on a couple occasions as Osceola misses just a hair outside. The count evens at a ball and a strike. This Johnson and Wales team, despite the 1-3 record, as I mentioned earlier, has lost 3. All 3 games have gone by a run apiece, with a loss against Salem and 2 against Montreat to start 2026 as Osceola misses downstairs and appeal on the swing. She did not go around. As the count moves 2-1. Hassel 1 for 2. She singled and came around to score in her last time up. She works with Osceola here in a 2-1 count. Pitch home, Hassel pokes it foul again. And the count moves 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes on Cadence Hassel. With Layla Strana waiting on deck, 7 Hope, who at the time had a game-tying RBI double in her last time at the plate, stands in the hole with nobody out. Osceola with 4 strikeouts already today, looking for number 5. She deals home. It's high. And the count moves full. 3 balls and 2 strikes to the center fielder, Hassel. The Tornadoes score 4 runs on 5 hits. Left 2 aboard to end the frame. But a productive inning nonetheless to create some breathing room for Osceola, who twirls and delivers. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Osceola wins a 3-2 battle with Hassel and has strikeout number 5. And there's 1 down for Layla Strawn. Osceola has been fantastic today. 56 pitches through 4 1/3. It's allowed 6 hits, but again, a lot of them have been soft contact singles. Only 1 extra base hit so far for Johnson and Wales. On the other hand, the Tornadoes have 5 extra base hits of their 11 on the day. As Osceola twirls and delivers to Strawn, paints the outside corner. A called strike, and it's 0-1. 7 Hope, who is 1 for 2 on the day, stands on deck. Strawn 1 for 2 as well to build on what's been a terrific start for her here in 2026. She's 7 for 12 so far this year. Pitch home, outside. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Boris looks to the Tornado dugout to get the call. As Osceola peeks at her wrist, ready to deal the 1-1 home. Here with 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. Osceola twirls, fires. It's downstairs. As Strawn pulled back while she squared to bunt. And the count moves 2-1. Osceola toes the slab. Wheels and fires a 2-1. Strawn slaps it foul behind the dish. And the count 2-2. Osceola again in position for a strikeout. She's dealt 5 so far today. As Strawn stands in from the left-handed batter's box and awaits the 2-2. Osceola twirls and fires a 2-2. Swing and a miss once again. Strike 3. Osceola cruising. Has 2 strikeouts in the inning, and there's 2 away. Here's 7 Hope, who doubled home 1 with a lone extra base hit of the day for Johnson and Wales, as she looks to keep this half inning alive for the Wildcats. Osceola spins and fires up high for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. Osceola looks home to Boris. Twirls and fires this one off the handle of the bat, and it will fall into left, and it gets by the left fielder, Hill. Hope races for second, and will stop right there on a single and an error from the left fielder, Emily Hill. So Hope into scoring position with her second hit of the day. And Laney will step in with a runner on second and 2 outs. So Hope keeps the frame alive while Osceola was cruising through the first 2 hitters, the top 2 hitters in the order for Johnson and Wales. Hope keeps the frame alive as it's dealt home. A called strike at the top of the zone to Laney, and it's 0-1 as the wind gusts here at Brevard College softball field. Again, apologies for you viewers at home if the feedback is coming through this wind. I'm sure it's not the best to listen to, but we're doing what we can here on opening day. This one is popped up high right side. And the play is made by the second baseman Locklear as Osceola strands one in scoring position after 2 strikeouts to start the frame. More soft contact to get the third out of the 5th. We head to the bottom half at 6-2 Tornadoes when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon Espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here for the bottom half of the 5th after Elizabeth Osceola picks up where she left off and deals a scoreless frame to get this offense back to work. As Andrea Furr stands in with the bases empty and nobody out. Gary delivers home. She misses just a hair high to Furr. And it's a ball in, no strikes. Furr has reached both times she's been at the plate. But once due to an error, she got the Tornadoes on the board with a solo home run to left. In the 2nd, as Anijah Gary twirls and fires home, Furr watches it high once again, swinging the pink bat. As the count moves, 2 balls and no strikes. Gary peeks at her wrist, ready to deal the 2-0 count here. The base is empty, nobody out to start the home half of the 5th. Gary winds, fires on the outside corner for a called strike, and it's 2-1. Andrea Furr back in from the right side to face with a right-handed Gary here on a 2-1 count. Gary delivers. Furr watches high and away, ball 3. Hitters count here. Again, neither side has walked a batter so far, but Furr up 3-1 in the count. Gary in danger of the first free pass of the ball game. To start the bottom half of the 5th as Graves and Moody await on deck. That part of the order has been lethal so far as Furr lines one to left center for a base hit. Gets underneath the glove of the center fielder as Furr rounds first. Will head for second. And an error on the center fielder allows Furr to get to second. With another hit, she has 2 on the day. And she's on second for Anna Graves, who's 2 for 2. Again, 7, 8, 9, even going up to 6. Has only been retired once. 8 for 9. Is 6 through 9 in the order today. Yes, Graves back up for the 3rd time. Pitch home from Gary, stays high for a ball. And the count of ball in, no strikes. To Anna Graves. Moody awaits on deck, Payne in the hole for Brevard. As we work our way back through this order in the 5th inning. The 1-0 home from Gary. Popped up high behind us, behind the dish. Ducking my head to make sure that one doesn't hit me. We're at an angle to where it'd have to be a specifically hit ball to get near us here behind home plate. As count 1-1 on Graves. Runner on second. In Furr. Gary delivers home. Downstairs. But Strawn able to keep it in front to hold Furr at second as she looks back at the dugout. Says, I'm not going anywhere. At least not on that pitch. That stayed within the reach of Strawn as the count moves 2-1 on Anna Graves. Right-handed Gary looks home. Kicks and fires a 2-1. Downstairs, ball 3. Back-to-back 3-1 counts to start off the 5th. Furr punched one to left center when she was up in the count. We'll see what happens here with Gary. Set to deliver the 3-1 home. She wheels and fires 3-1. It's popped up high behind the dish. As it goes back behind us once again, the count moves full up 3-2. 3 balls, 2 strikes, nobody out. Fur on second after she delivers her second hit of the afternoon. There's only been 2 hitters in the order who have not recorded a hit here in this ball game for the Tornadoes. That's Gary Reddy's. Comes home with a 3-2. Graves fights it off down the right field line. It tails foul. Anna Graves did that in her last at-bat. She was patient. She fought off a couple pitches that were close to being strikes to stay alive in the count. They always say in a 2-strike count, you choke up, you fight off some pitches that maybe you don't like but could go the way of a strike 3 call. And Graves did that in her last at-bat. Does it here to keep the count full at 3-2. Gary twirls and fires the next 3-2. It's low and inside, ball 4, and Furr is going to take off to third as the ball squeaks to the backstop. A wild pitch and a walk, the first free pass for either side today as Graves is aboard first. And Furr heads to third for Hayden Moody. Gary wheels and fires the first pitch home to Moody. A called strike as Graves taken off. The throw down is on line, and the tag missed again as Graves slides into second. Another good throw from Sean. Couldn't quite see the tag behind home plate here, but Graves is called safe at second base with a stolen bag, and now second and third for Moody. The pitch high and away. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Brevard up 4 and needs 4 to run rule these Johnson & Wales Wildcats, and has a couple runners aboard. Here with nobody out. Pitch home to Moody. Shallow fly ball to left. It's going to drop. Good read by Furr as she was taken off immediately. Graves races to third. Furr comes in to score. Hayden Moody has her third hit, her first RBI of the game. And the Tornadoes' lead grows to 7-2. Great base running there from Furr. I know I said it, but she could tell off the bat that ball was going to be trouble. And she races home. Graves to third. Runners on the corners for Payne. Gary winds and fires the first pitch home to Payne. It's downstairs. And the count of ball and no strike. 7-2 your score. Tornadoes working here with no outs in the home half of the fifth. Moody on first with Graves on third. Gary twirls and deals upstairs. Count 2 balls and no strikes. Payne in from the right side. Tornadoes have the run rule run at the plate. If Payne's able to come in and score, and the other 2 score as well, Brevard will run rule the Wildcats in this first game of 2. Payne watches inside for a ball. And it's ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Emma Payne with the top of the order and Emily Hill awaiting on deck. Again, this 7, 8, 9 specifically has yet to be retired today as Payne works in a 3-0 count. The pitch home, take all the way. She watches a called strike across the heart of the plate, and it's 3-1. Danger zone here for the Wildcats. This game started as a seesaw affair, but it's really been that 4-run 4th inning and a good start here to the 5th that has opened this one open, or cracked this one open as Payne to shallow center. It'll drop. Graves scores easily. Moody to second as Payne delivers her third RBI on her third hit of the ball game. 8-2 Brevard as Emily Hill will step in from the right side. Gary twirls and fires the first pitch home. It's inside for a ball as Brevard collects its 14th hit of the day. 7 for the Wildcats, but only 2 runs to show for it with 3 errors for Johnson & Wales as Bruce Sheeran leaves the dugout, perhaps for a pinch runner here. And that'll be the change as Payne comes off the base pass in favor of number 22, Addie McDougal. So McDougal into pinch run, a little bit more speed on the base pass here as the Tornadoes inch closer to a run rule victory. McDougal is the run rule run standing on first. With Hill in the box, a 1-0 count between Gary and the leadoff hitting Emily Hill. Gary twirls and delivers home downstairs. Now a check back to first on McDougal. She was caught off the bag just a hair, but she's back in time. As the count moves 2 balls and no strikes on Hill with Smith on deck, Winkler in the hole. 1, 2, 3 on the 4th trip through the tornado order. Gary lines and fires home. Downstairs, ball 3. As Strawn kept it in front. Moody thought about going to third, but is held right there, and a nice play by Strawn behind home plate. McDougal on first, the pinch runner for Emma Payne. And Hill awaits the 3-0 offering from Gary. She fires high, ball 4. Check back to first, not going to matter as McDougal will head to second, Moody to third. And the second walk of the frame puts Hill aboard first and loads the bases for Addison Smith. Now the head coach of the Wildcats comes out, and Courtney Orr looking to make a change. Can't see the number here. Long sleeve shirt is on the Wildcats here. It looks like, from looking at it, I can't tell. I'm not even going to make an educated guess here. As the sweatshirt comes off, it's Teles Martinez coming into play first base. That was my guess, but I wasn't too sure, so I wasn't going to make that uneducated guess. As Teles Martinez re-enters. She goes to chat with Anijah Gary. So a late defensive change here for Johnson and Wales. As Murphy comes off first. Orr continues to discuss the change with the home plate umpire here. Really chilly day here in Brevard, North Carolina. I'm really trying to fight through the elements here, as are a lot of us here at Brevard College softball field. It's unfortunate the way it played out. It's really nice weather throughout the week. And then suddenly here on Sunday, the temperatures shift in the opposite direction. And we get a breezy and cold Sunday afternoon opener for Brevard College softball. As the home plate umpire and Orr continue to discuss this change. Seems pretty simple. The discussion continues as Teles Hernandez, who got the start through 67 pitches, is going to come in at first. The Tornadoes need 2 to run rule the Johnson & Wales Wildcats here in this season opener. It's Moody on third, McDougal on second, and Hill, who just walked, standing on first. Her run would be a moot point. If Brevard is able to scratch across 2 more and has 3 outs to work with, and a dangerous part of the order with Smith set to come up, Winkler and Boris as well on deck and in the hole. As the change continues to be discussed, you know what? We're going to take a quick break and run a quick ad and then come back when we return on the other side. Never mind, we're not going to run an ad. Or as soon as I said that, concluded her conversation behind home plate that was going on for a little while as Teles Hernandez is in defensively. Teles Martinez, is into pitch. As the change, now Murphy's going to come back out and play first. So that's a change. Teles Martinez re-enters to pitch, and she will warm up here for the Wildcats. So a little bit of a wacky substitution here late in this ballgame as Teles Martinez. Short warm-up. She's coming up off of 67 pitches here earlier this afternoon. So she's ready to go. And after a brief delay, not quite sure why, a little bit of a discussion behind home plate. As Smith will stand in with the bases loaded and the Tornadoes need 2 to close this one out here in the bottom of the fifth.
Center fielder number 5, Addison Smith.
So Smith will stand in from the right side to face off with the right-handed Teles Martinez. As she winds and fires high for a ball. And it's a ball and no strikes. So the bases are juiced. 2 walks in the frame by Anijah Gary. To load the bases, Tornadoes have added 2 and looking for more to potentially cut this contest short. To get us ready for game 2. This one is into center field, a base hit. Moody scores. McDougal is going to stop at third. As the runners move station to station on the first hit of the day for Addison Smith, an RBI single, and it's 9-2. So McDougal at third, representing the run rule run, as Winkler stands in. First pitch from Teles Martinez is outside for a ball. 9-2 your score. Tornadoes need 1 to close this one out in run rule fashion to open the 2026 campaign. As Teles Martinez peeks at her wrist, wheels and fires the 1-0. Winkler takes on the inside corner for a called strike. Reagan 1 for 3 today, an RBI single her last time up. She reached on an error and popped out to second in her first 2 times at the dish. 1-1 the count. Bases loaded for the Tornadoes. Pitch home to Winkler. Inside corner, called strike 2. Teles Martinez up in the count. As we look at her line, she allowed 10 hits. 6 runs came across, but only 3 earned with a strikeout. As she approaches 70 pitches on the day. The 1-2 home to Winkler. Downstairs, Strawn blocks it up. That holds all the runners put at first, second, and third. And the count moves 2-2 on Reagan. Teles Martinez looks to the Johnson & Wales dugout, delivers home. Winkler into right field. This ball is going to get down on the base of the wall. McDougal scores. Here comes Hill right behind her. It's a bases clearing double. As Smith comes in to score as well. That's how the ball game comes to a close. Winkler delivers, and Brevard with a Mercy Rule 5-inning victory over Johnson & Wales. I think only 1 run will officially count. And that will be the case. So it will be a 10-2 final score. As we'll take a break, I'm going to go warm up a little bit, maybe grab a hand warmer or 2 and get ready for our second game as Brevard opens 2026 in a big way. A 10-2 win over Johnson & Wales to open this 2026 season. And we'll get ready for game 2. We'll talk to you when we come back here in just a couple moments when we return on the other side. All right, here we go. Game 2 on a cold Sunday afternoon here in Brevard, North Carolina. I am chilly, as are the Tornadoes and the Wildcats, as Brevard improves to 1-0 in its first game of 2026. And we'll try to do the same here in this second game. It was a 5-inning run rule win for the Tornadoes in Game 1, 10-2. As Victoria Fagan will get the start here for the Tornadoes. Pretty similar otherwise, as Fagan, the freshman, enters the circle from the right side. She'll face off with Hassel. To start Game 2, she delivers the first pitch off the plate. And we're underway here in Game number 2, top of the first, between Brevard and Johnson and Wales. That's Hassel. Back in from the left side. The 1-0 home. Downstairs. And it's 2 balls and no strikes. Johnson and Wales fell to 1-4 in that 10-2 run rule victory in favor of the Tornadoes, as the infield and the outfield remains primarily the same here in Game number 2. Pitch home, called strike. And it's 2-1. Same lineup pretty much all the way through, despite Fagan, the pitcher. That's a 2-1 home. Outside, ball 3. Elizabeth Osceola dealt all 5 innings for the Tornadoes in Game 1. As the Tornadoes dominated that one over the Wildcats. As the 3-1 on the way from Fagan. Dribbler right side and foul. And to go Hassel, Strawn, and Hope here in the first. Only change is Hannah Siplicus in the lineup for Johnson and Wales here in Game number 2. It's a 3-2 count here from Fagan. She twirls and delivers a payoff. It's tipped foul. And the count remains full at 3-2. Fagan, the freshman out of Jefferson, Georgia, and Jefferson City High School. Looking for her first collegiate out. Here in a 3-2 count. The base is empty, nobody out in the top of the first. A wind continues to blow right to left here at Brevard College softball field. Pitch home, swing and a miss. And the first collegiate out is a strikeout for Fagan, and there's 1 down. Victoria Fagan works her way back in that count. As Strawn steps in with 1 down. Both teams fighting the elements as well as us behind home plate on a windy day that feels like 22 degrees here at Brevard College Softball Park. It's a delivery home to Strawn. She slaps it foul. And the count will move 0-1. Right to left on the defense, it's Winkler, Locklear, Graves, and Furr at third with Boris behind the dish. In the outfield for the Tornadoes, it's Payne in right. With Smith in center and Hill in left. For this Tornado defense. 0-1 the count. As the offering home to Strawn, calling strike on the outside corner. It's quickly 0-2. Fagan looking for back-to-back punch-outs to start this ball game. As she looks to the Brevard dugout to get the call. She wheels and delivers a 0-2. It's slapped softly left side. And foul as Strawn stays alive. Again, Brevard will not be back home until March 24th. With 18 straight road or neutral games. After this doubleheader against Johnson and Wales, it will be Salem coming to town as Brevard opens conference play on the road 2 at Meredith on March 21st. Pitch home, Fagan offers it slap left side. Graves on the run, makes the play for the second out. It looked like that ball was heading towards no man's land off the bat as Strawn, but Graves uses her range to put it away, and there's 2 down. Now she'll work against Seven Hope, who an RBI double in Game 1 was one of the 2 run-scoring hits for Johnson and Wales. In a game that was back and forth to start, but Brevard pulled away with a couple of big innings. A 4-run inning and a 3-run inning. It would have been more if the mercy rule was not in play. It would have been a bases-clearing RBI for Reagan Winkler. As the pitch misses downstairs from Fagan, a ball and no strikes. Fagan wheels and delivers a 1-0, runs inside, the count 2 balls and no strikes. So a strikeout for Fagan here in the first, and then she gets Graves using her speed and range at short to make the play on a soft pop-up by Strawn, and now Hope in the box in a 2-0 count with the bases empty and 2 down. Fagan delivers, Hope takes high, ball 3. Fagan was able to battle back in the first count with Hassel at the dish, but she finds herself down 3-0 in this count with a 3-0 hitting Hope. She fires, the 3-0 will take all the way by Hope, a called strike. And it's 3 balls and 1 strike. Laney waits on deck, Murphy in the hole for the Wildcats here in the top half of the first inning, as Fagan tries to work her way back in this 3-1 count. She'll fire the 3-1 home, swing and a miss. Strike 2, scoreboard's full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the top half of the first. As Fagan tries to work a 1-2-3 frame and get this offense that scored 10 runs in the first game back to the plate. She looks at her wrist, twirls and deals the payoff home. Hope dribbles it out towards short. Graves scoops on the hop, or throw to first. Perfect in time for out number 3. 1-2-3 goes Fagan in her first inning of collegiate work with a strikeout and a couple nice plays from Anna Graves at shortstop. We head to the bottom half of the first. No score right here live on YouTube.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Back for the home half of the first inning. No score after Victoria Fagan deals a 1-2-3 top half of the first inning. And Emily Hill will lead things off here for the Tornadoes, who had a productive outing offensively in Game 1. Took a little while to get going, but that's expected here in a season opener. But once the Tornadoes found their footing both offensively and defensively, it was shutdown stuff from that point on. Anijah Gary will start Game 2 for the Wildcats and deal high for a ball. She pitched an inning or 2 in relief of Tellez Martinez in Game 1. Then Tellez Martinez came in to try and keep the game going. Could not do so as the pitch home to Hill. A called strike on the outside corner. And the count evens at 1-1. Sunny day if you're watching the stream. You might be like, oh, what a pleasant day in Brevard. But the wind and the cold temperatures have combined for some brutal weather here. But we're battling through for 2 softball games today. It's a pitch home to Hill. She loops it into center. And it's playable and put away for the first out by Hassel. And Gary retires the first Tornado to step to the dish.
Tornadoes, number 5, Addison Smith.
Here's Addison Smith, the center fielder, with Winkler on deck, Boris in the hole. It was really the bottom of the order in Game 1 that produced for the Tornadoes, with Graves, Moody, and Payne both having excellent outings for the Tornadoes. But really up and down the lineup was the problem for this Johnson & Wales team, as Gary deals in the opposite hand batter's box for a ball. It's ball and no strikes. It's been a fun first look at this 2026 Tornado softball team. And I'm sure they'll be a much different team when they come back to Brevard near the end of March. Smith chops it foul. The count 1-1. It's always interesting to see how a team molds and develops throughout the year. This is a roster who, again, is a healthy mix of youth and experience with good example here. I mean, Fagan, the freshman, coming in after the senior Osceola, delivered 5 innings of 2-run ball in game 1. Gary deals a 1-1 home. It's inside to Smith. And the count's 2 balls and a strike. 1 down, base is empty, bottom of the first inning. A 2-1 count for Addison Smith. Hitting second in this game 2 lineup. As Gary looks at her wrist, gets the call, and readies to deal home. The 2-1 pitch is just a hair high. It's a little bit up from Gary, and it's ball 3. 3 balls and 1 strike to the center fielder Smith after a fly out to center by Emily Hill. As Gary works quickly, winds and fires the 3-1. Smith, a dribbler right back to the circle, gets off her leg, and Smith will reach. It's an infield single for Addison Smith. A hard hit ball back to the circle. Gary knocked it down, but it trickled to her left. And by that point, Addison Smith was already down to first as Reagan Winkler will stand in with her runner on first and 1 away. First pitch home to Reagan on the way from Gary. It's popped up. Smith was taken off as she'll head back to first as it's gloved by the second baseman Salazar for out number 2. It's a good response from Gary after giving up the infield single, as now Alyssa Boris will bat with 2 away. Boris stands in from the right side to face the right-handed pitching Anijah Gary. Twirls and delivers home. Pitch is low, and Smith was dancing around off first base. She gets back in time. On the check down from Hamilton behind the dish, calling the signals here in game 2. Strawn moves to left as we talk about the Johnson Wales defense. Murphy's at first, Salazar's at second, Laney at short, Hope at third, and the previously mentioned Hamilton behind the dish. As Anijah Gary delivers, it's a swing and a miss. Downstairs, count even to the ball and a strike. The outfield right to left. It's the lone real substitution here in game 2 with Siplica's out in right field, and center is Hassel, and left is Strawn. The 1-1 is lifted into center, playable for the center fielder Hassel, and she'll make the play for out number 3. So the two sides trade scoreless frames as both Gary and Fagan deal with the respective top of the orders. As we head to the second, no score right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back for the top of the second, no score here live on YouTube. As Laney will step in to lead things off. It'll go 4, 5, and 6. As Fagan dealt with the Wildcats 1, 2, 3 in the first. With a strikeout, a couple outs with soft contact as Laney will stand in from the right side, the shortstop with Murphy on deck, Hamilton in the hole. Again, hope you're having a wonderful Sunday afternoon, staying a little bit warmer than we are here in Brevard. Wherever you might be watching from, we appreciate your viewership. To cap off what was a extremely busy week at Brevard College athletics, and we were proud to bring you all your coverage free of charge here live on YouTube as Laney swings and misses at the first pitch. And it's 0-1. It'll be a busy start to next week, too. Monday, 7 to 8, we'll have Tornado Talk, hoping to catch up with Coach Sheeran and perhaps an athlete on that show. We'll talk to Donald Hudson and Malika Rankin as well as Kennedy Noble, the women's basketball team. As Fagan deals a 0-1 home, Laney pops it up right side, playable for Winkler, who makes a basket grab catch and goes down to 2 knees to make the play for out number 1. Great play by Winkler. She jumped off the bag to get to that one. And there's one down here for Murphy standing in from the right side. 4 up, 4 down for the freshman Fagan in her collegiate debut. As the corners come in on Murphy. Righty twirls and fires. Inside corner for a called strike. And it's 0-1 here in the top of the second, no score. The base is empty. There's only been one base runner so far. It was an infield single for Smith. But other than that, both sides have been solid defensively so far. The 0-1 downstairs. Good job by Boris to block that one up. And the count moves a ball and a strike. To recap some of the week, as much as I can remember off the top of my head. Baseball dropped a pair to Capital. That third one was canceled. Women's and men's basketball had their senior day yesterday. And the women got the big win. The 1-1 home from Fagan is lifted to left. Back is a left fielder on her horse, and it's going to drop over the head of Hill. Rounding first, heading to second is Murphy, and she has a stand-up double with one down here in the second. Nice piece of hitting. She pulled it to left. Again, the wind helping a little bit to carry some of these balls. As Hill was after it, couldn't get there in time. And the ball bounced up against the wall to give Johnson & Wales its first hit here in Game 2. That'll bring in Hamilton with a runner in scoring position. Johnson & Wales did not lead in that first game. Which I think they did at one point. Had to pull up the stats, but regardless, Brevard able to pull away later into that ball game. As the first pitch is downstairs to Hamilton, who readjusts from the left side with a runner in scoring position. And one down here in the second. The pitch home, Hamilton to check swing, nonetheless a called strike. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Fagan to Hamilton here with Laney standing on second, or Murphy on second, after the double. The offering home to Hamilton. She grounds it out towards second. Graves on one knee. Comes up throwing and makes the play for the second out. Anna Graves, aside from the strikeout, has recorded a handful of outs here in this first inning and change. As she converts again. For the second out of the inning, runner does move over to third and Murphy. And it will give way to Siplicaz here with 2 down. Fagan delivers, looking for her second scoreless inning as she misses just a hair outside for ball one. Again, all pitchers today, both sides, have been in and around the zone sometimes, especially in season openers. In Brevard's case, you might see some rust, some balls that get away, and you really haven't seen that from either Osceola or Fagan. Same deal for Tellez Martinez and Gray as this one dribbled to the right side. Winkler will take care of it for the third out. Back-to-back scoreless frames for Victoria Fagan. And we head to the home half of the second. No score between Brevard and Johnson & Wales here live on YouTube.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks powered by plants and coffee beans without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launch pad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Tornadoes back to the dish here in the home half of the second. It'll start with Riley Locklear. And then Andrea Furr stands on deck as we kick off this bottom half of the second inning. We'll go 5, 6, and 7 in the Tornadoes order. Both sides a hit so far. There's an infield single for Smith and a double for Murphy. For Johnson and Wales as Gary's back to work after a scoreless first. She delivers downstairs for a ball, and it's a ball in, no strikes. Come to a close here today. Still a handful of innings left in this one as we're just here in the bottom of the second. I want to thank you guys for tuning in to catch the Tornadoes softball season opener before Brevard heads on the road for a couple weeks, close to a month before the Tornadoes will come back here to Brevard College softball field. As next pitch is a strike to Locklear. Count evens at 1-1 here. The base is empty. Nobody out here in the home half of the second inning. Gary looks home to her catcher, Hamilton, twirls and fires. This one skied down the right field line. It's going to drop in fair ground. Locklear stops at first on a leadoff single down the right field line. And the Tornadoes have a leadoff base runner. Seen a couple of times today some softly hit balls that just find a piece of grass. And that's all you can do, especially in the colder temperatures. You're not going to see the peak of power for either of these teams in these conditions. As Andrea Furr, who homered in game one, will stand back in from the right side. Gary with a runner on first. Second base runner in the ball game for the Tornadoes. First squares to bunt, pulls back. As the count moves, the ball in, no strikes. Furr, really productive first game. With Graves standing on deck, Moody in the hole. As Gary delivers high. Now a check back to first on Locklear again, who's back in standing up. 2 balls in, no strikes, the count on Andrea Furr. As the right-handed Gary looks home. Delivers high and outside. Locklear taken off. The throw is on line. And she's safe at second. Another time that the Tornadoes have gone underneath the tag. Although the throws have been pretty perfect out there to second. And with an opportunity to tag out the runner, that's the third or fourth time today that the Tornadoes have gotten underneath the tag as Locklear takes second base. And the count is 3 balls and no strikes on Furr. The pitch home well high and outside. Furr will walk, and Locklear moves to third on the wild pitch. So now runners on the corners for Anna Graves, who was excellent in game one. She has been show-stopping defensively here in game 2 so far. As she stands in from the right side with Furr on first, Locklear on third, and nobody out here in the home half of the second inning. Potential for a big inning here for the Tornadoes in the second as it's downstairs and inside to Graves. It's Graves in the box, Moody on deck, Payne in the hole, 7, 8, 9, with nobody out here in the second inning. The 1-0 is high for ball 2. Furr taken off. This time the throw is on line. And again, Furr underneath the tag. You could see it from here. She slid around the tag and got her foot into the base to make it second and third in a 2-0 count here on Anna Graves. Another good throw from Hamilton. Missed the tag at second base. Delaney. Pitch home is outside, ball 3. 7 straight balls from Gary. With first base unoccupied, second and third covered by Furr and Locklear here with nobody out. And still no score, but a big chance for the Tornadoes with 2 in scoring position and nobody out. The pitch home to Anna. Take all the way, and it misses a hair high. Ball 4. Back-to-back walks, both on 4 pitches that bring Moody to the plate with the bases loaded, nobody out. Hamilton's going to come out and have a chat with the freshman pitcher, Anijah Gary. Two freshmen going head-to-head here in Game 2. As Gary, the freshman pitcher and outfielder out of Charlotte, North Carolina, so not too far of a trip for her. With Johnson & Wales located in Charlotte. She stays home and is going to pitch 4 years for the Wildcats. But deals with the bases loaded here with nobody out and a dangerous hitter in Moody, with Payne standing on deck and the top of the order, Hill in the hole. Moody will step out before Gary delivers the first pitch of this at-bat. Gary just trying to find the strike zone. She twirls and fires on the inside corner, a called strike. And the count 0-1. Graves on first, Furr is on second, Locklear is on third. And the first 3 Tornadoes have reached, 1 on a single, and then 2 walks from Gary back-to-back to load the bases. The 0-1 skied high behind home plate. And it'll go behind us. Count moves 0-2. Always got to look up just to make sure the ball's not coming back here towards press row behind home plate. Have to be at a very specific launch angle for that to happen. Unfortunately, I think we're positioned far enough away, or close enough to the backstop, to where it's not common that happens. Nonetheless, 0-2 here on Moody as Gary twirls and fires, low and in. Count moves 1-2. Big spot here for both sides. A chance for Brevard to crack the score column here in the second in a big way, and a chance for Gary to try and dance out of this with limited to no damage. There's still a lot of work to do for Anijah Gary. She's here in a 1-2 count with Moody. As she twirls and fires high. Count evens at 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, nobody out for this Tornado offense that put up 10 runs in the season opener. It's a little while ago here against Johnson & Wales. It's a 2-2. Moody clubs it deep to left, going back, the track, the wall. It's against the base of the wall. 2 will score as Locklear comes in. Furr right behind her. Here comes Graves. She will score as Moody trucking for third. She avoids the tag. Oh, my word. Hayden Moody. The Tornadoes have been avoiding gloves all day long. That continues as Moody dives into third base with a 3 RBI bases clearing triple. And it's 3-0 Tornadoes. Third of the game as Coach Orr comes out of the dugout to discuss with the home plate umpire. It looks like there's going to be a change here as Teles Martinez back out of the Wildcat dugout. So Teles Martinez, who last time forgot to ditch the sweatshirt, forgets to do so again. She runs back to the dugout to exchange that. She will enter the circle for Anijah Gary. The Tornadoes with 3 here in the home half of the second and looking for more as Moody, after the bases clearing RBI triple, stands on third. We're going to take a quick break and Teles Martinez will get warmed up when we come back on the other side. So Tellez Martinez is into the game, but she's not pitching. It will be Katie Murphy to pitch. And I saw Tellez Martinez coming out. I thought she was coming back in to pitch, but she has thrown a lot of pitches today. But she will play first. Murphy enters the circle. And Gary comes out of the contest after an inning of work. She's responsible for Moody on third. As Payne will step in after Hayden Moody's bases clearing 3 RBI triple. It looked like she was going to be out at third, but she was able. Again, all day it seems like the Tornadoes have avoided the gloves of the Wildcats, and another instance of that right there as Moody dances around the tag at third. And she's in safely. We get the explanation from the home plate umpire here. And it's exactly what we had just clarified here on the broadcast. Murphy into pitch. Moving in from first base, and Tellez Martinez will head over to first. So here is Emma Payne with a runner on the corner and still nobody out. First pitch home from Murphy is high for a ball. And the Tornadoes trying to put up a crooked number. Already 3 runs here in the second inning. As Murphy twirls and fires the 1-0, Payne skies it high to right. Right fielder backpedaling, she'll put it away as Moody trying to tag from third, and she will. Coming in standing up for a sacrifice fly from Emma Payne. And it's 4 runs here in the second for Brevard, and the first out of the inning for the Wildcat defense. As Siplicas puts it away in right field. But not before the Tornadoes can get another one in as Moody, after the 3 RBI triple, comes in to score from third base. Back to the top for Hill. First pitch home from Murphy. Hill slaps it to right. Siplicas there again. On the run, it gets off her leg. Hill rounds first. She's going to head for second. The throw is cut off, and Hill will reach on a single, and an error moves her to second. Addison Smith stands in now with Hill on second. And still just 1 out. The Tornadoes offense picks up right where it left off at the conclusion of game 1. Didn't get anything in the first, but certainly has made a dent here in the second. First pitch, a swing and a miss up high from Smith for strike 1. Smith was the first hit of the ball game. It was an infield single off the then pitching Anijah Gary. She gets her first cut against Katie Murphy, another freshman, who twirls and fires. It's watch for a ball. Count evens at 1-1. Hill on second. Still 2 outs to work with for this Tornado offense, who is 1-0 after the series, or the doubleheader opening win against the Wildcats. The offering home for Murphy is in the opposite batter's box in the count, 2-1. Reagan Winkler is on deck. Alyssa Boris in the hole for this Tornado offense, as Murphy gets the call from the Johnson & Wales dugout. Spin and fire, the 2-1. Inside corner, called strike. Count evens at 2-2. Tornadoes started with Furr in the box and have moved quickly throughout this lineup in the second as a swing and a miss upstairs. Strike 3. Smith down on strikes, chase the rise ball. And Murphy has a second out of the inning, her first collegiate strikeout. And there's 2 down for Reagan Winkler. Murphy peeks at her wrist, spins and fires the first pitch home. It's on the inside corner, a called strike. And it's 0-1. Murphy's done a nice job coming in and kind of stemming the tide a little bit here for this Johnson & Wales team. She's recorded 2 outs. 1 run did come in to score, but that's going to go on Gray's line as Moody tagged from third on a sacrifice fly. She spins and fires a 0-1. Misses off the plate, just a hair outside. Count evens at a ball and a strike. So Tellez Martinez now the new first baseman as Murphy subs into pitch. And Gary back in the Wildcats dugout. The 1-1. Watch downstairs in the count, 2-1. 4-0 your score after the 3 RBI triple from Moody. She came in to score on a sac fly to follow from Emma Payne. Tornadoes look to keep the line moving with Boris standing on deck. The 2-1 is dribbled up the middle. It squeaks through for a base hit. Rounding third is Hill. The throw home is a good one, but it's just a hair too late to get Hill, and it's 5-0 Tornadoes. On another RBI knock this time, it's Winkler. And she trades places with Hill to make it 5-0 Brevard. What an impressive job by this offense. Here in the second, another crooked number had a 4-run and a 3-run inning to put that first game away after a couple of 1-run frames. And now picking up where they left off here in game 2. First pitch is high to Alyssa Boris. After the RBI single, Winkler advanced on the throw back in to second base to score Hill and make it a 5-0 contest. Murphy fires high and outside. And the count's 2 balls and no strikes. It was the extra base hit that the Tornadoes were using there in game 1. But here in game 2, just get the ball through. And getting runners over, getting them in. As the next pitch is skied high behind home plate. And out of play. And the count is 2-1 on Alyssa. With Winkler standing on second. And 2 down here in the home half of the second inning as the home plate umpire's going to come over the Tornado dugout to get a couple softballs. And we'll get ready to go here in a 2-1 count with Alyssa Boris. Sun's back out here. It's always a pleasure when the sun is out on a cold day. And it's certainly warming us up here a little bit behind home plate. It's a 2-1 from Murphy. Boris grounds it left side, just found the left of the third base bag. And it's deuces wild on the scoreboard. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Here in the home half of the second inning. Murphy twirls the ball in her right hand, looks to the Johnson & Wales dugout to get the call. And we'll deal the 2-2 home to Alyssa Boris, who watches it high, ball 3. Nice at-bat here from Alyssa. Spoil off a couple pitches. Stay alive, the junior. I've talked a lot about her and her experiences that she shared on Tornado Talk as a member of the SAAC, the Student Athlete Advisory Committee. As a payoff home to Alyssa. She skies it high to center. Playable for the center fielder who charges in and makes the play for out number 3, but not before the Tornadoes strike big with a 5-run second inning. As we head to the top of the third, it's a 5-run lead for Brevard when we return on the other side.
Over 125 years, Comporium hasn't had customers. We've had neighbors, friends, and a community we're proud to serve. Because for us, it's personal. We live, work, and raise our families right alongside you. So yes, we deliver lightning-fast speeds and reliable service, but more than that, we deliver commitment. Comporium, making connections that make a difference.
Fagan back out there after a lengthy break in between innings. She's dealt 2 scoreless with a strikeout, allowing just 1 hit in her collegiate debut. And she looks to keep the good times rolling in the circle. She faces off with Salazar here. The base is empty, nobody out. Really productive half inning for this Tornado offense. So now on the day is outscoring Johnson & Wales 15-2. As Fagan twirls and fires the first pitch home. It's chopped left side, backhanded by Fagan. Throw to first in time for the first out. Nifty play defensively by Fagan, who stayed in the circle, snagged it on the backhand, and threw to first in plenty of time. For the first out, as Teles Martinez will get her first cuts here in Game 2. Was a Game 1 starter, and she was solid. That their first handful of innings, faced some trouble later on where Brevard was really able to open up that big lead and finish it off in run rule fashion. The first pitch home to Teles Martinez, a called strike. And it's 0-1. It was a treat to watch those two, Teles Martinez and Elizabeth Osiello, who pitched a 5-inning complete game. As Fagan peeks at her wrist, twirls and fires a 0-1 downstairs to Boris. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. One ball, one strike, one out with the bases empty for this Wildcat offense, looking to get going. It's had some good at-bats today, some good swings of the bat, but only 2 runs to show for it. As we're here in our 8th inning of softball today. The 1-1. Teles Martinez grounds it left side, back to Graves. Graves scoops, throws to first in time for the second out. Anna Graves, another play defensively here in Game 2. As it's back to the top for Hassel, 0 for 1 today. She struck out to start the ball game. It was Fagan's first career punch out. As she steps in with the bases empty and 2 away. Fagan twirls and fires the first pitch. Hassel lines it out towards Graves, who makes the catch on the line drive for out number 3. Anna Graves showing off the leather. And that's how the top of the third comes to a close. 5-0 Tornadoes. We head to the bottom half right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Murphy back to work for Johnson & Wales as Fagan records her 3rd scoreless inning. With the help of some incredible defense from herself, she made a really nice backhanded stab and throw to first, but the other 2 outs. Pretty routine play for Graves on the first, at the second one, a scorching line drive that she gloved for the 3rd out. As Locklear leads off the home half of the 3rd, Brevard looks to pick up where it left off in the 2nd. After that 5-run inning, as Murphy deals the first pitch high for a ball. This Brevard offense has been clicking today. 5 hits already here in Game 2, 5 runs to show for it, 3 of them coming on a bases clearing RBI triple from Hayden Moody. As the pitch is high to Locklear for ball 2. First collegiate action in the circle here for Murphy as she settles in the circle for Johnson & Wales. The 3rd pitcher used today between Teles Martinez, Anijah Gray, and now Murphy. Pitch home inside, ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes to Locklear, who's yet to swing the bat in this at-bat. Hasn't had to on 3 consecutive balls from Murphy, with Andrea Furr standing on deck. As we go 5, 6, and 7, the Tornado order. The pitch home, down the middle, take all the way from Locklear for a called strike. And the count is 3-1. A 3-1 offering home from Murphy. Locklear skies it high to center. The center fielder charging in at Hassel, and she'll put it away for the first out. So Locklear taken care of, and she'll give way to Furr with 1 down here in the 3rd. So Andrea Furr will stand in from the right side. She homered for the first run of 2026 for the Tornadoes in Game 1. She walked in her first at-bat here in Game 2. As Murphy twirls and delivers home, it's taken on the outside corner, a called strike. And the count is 0-1. 5-0 Tornadoes on 5 hits. The freshman Fagan has allowed just one hit to this Johnson & Wales team through her first 3 innings of collegiate softball. It's a 0-1 home from Murphy. Furr watches downstairs. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Graves is on deck. Those two, Furr and Graves, walked back to back before Moody tripled home 3. As a big part of that 5-run inning. The 1-1 home from Murphy. Taken high and away. Ball 2. Again, looking forward for this Tornadoes team. It's a road-heavy start. When I was talking to head coach Bree Shear, he said, we were better on the road last year. Why not head on the road for the first month of the season after this season opener doubleheader with Johnson & Wales. 2-1. Outside and high again, ball 3. Three balls and 1 strike to Andrea Furr. As Murphy delivers a 3-1. Furr, a line drive off the bat to center. It gets down over the head of Hassel. Furr rounds first, heads for extra bases. And she's in, standing up at second with a 1-out double. Another extra base hit for Andrea Furr, who, in addition to many Tornadoes, has had a great start to the season so far today. And she gets her first hit here in Game 2. 5 different Tornadoes have logged a hit, make it 6. On these double from Furr, as Graves will step to face off with Murphy here with 1 down. First pitch home. Graves skies it high right side and it will go out of play. Count moves 0-1 on Anna Graves. No balls and a strike to Anna. As Furr stands on second. The pitch home from Murphy. Graves again, same spot, same result, fouls it off to the right side. And the count 0-2. Murphy looks to the Wildcat dugout to get the call. Twirls and fires the 0-2. Swing and a miss up high from Anna, strike 3. As she chased in the hand of Murphy for the second out. Here's Hayden Moody. She had that 3 RBI triple in her first time at the dish. Another RBI opportunity here with Furr standing on second. First pitch home from Murphy. Is a called strike on the inside corner. And it's 0-1. Payne awaits on deck here at the bottom of the order for the Tornadoes. As Murphy winds and fires the 0-1. This one smoked off the bat. It will be caught by Siplikas in right field. Nice play by her on a smoking shot off the bat of Moody. And the bottom of the third has come to a close. 5-0 Tornadoes when we come back on the other side. Back from the top of the fourth, Layla Strawn will lead it off with 7 Hope on deck. As we go 2, 3, and 4 in this Wildcat order, Victoria Fagan cruising so far. Through 3 innings, she's only dealt 32 pitches in an efficient 3 innings. As she works against Layla Strawn here with the bases empty and nobody out. The Tornadoes with a 5-run lead here in the top half of the 4th inning. Fagan looks home to Boris and will deal the first pitch home to Strawn. It's outside for a ball. Count a ball and no strikes. The wind continues to gust. It's been gusting all day here at Brevard College softball field. As it's affected some balls and out to the outfield today for sure. It's definitely carried some out there. Pitch home to Strawn. She thought about slapping it, but she pulls back. As the count moves 2 balls and no strikes. Fagan works with Boris behind the dish. Twirls and fires the 2-0. Foul back. Count moves 2-1. 1 hit allowed for Fagan. A strikeout is yet to allow an earned run in her first college start. She heads back to the circle. Hope awaits on deck, and the hole is Laney. 2, 3, and 4 for the Wildcats here in the top half of the 4th inning. As Fagan twirls and fires. Strawn square to bunt, didn't pull back in time. It's a strike, and the count is 2-2. Fagan, the righty, looks home to Boris after getting the signal from her wrist. And she delivers a 2-2. It's popped up high behind home plate. And we'll go into the fans here in attendance. And the count remains 2-2 on Strawn. Fagan a long look at her wrist. Preps to deal the next 2-2. She fires. Strawn pokes it left side and foul. Just gets a piece of it as Fur retrieves. Count remains 2-2 on Layla Strawn. Fighting off a couple pitches in this at-bat to stay alive in the count as Fagan twirls the ball in her right hand. Peeks to her wrist once again as the wind picks up steadily here at Brevard College softball field. The next 2-2. Strawn watches high, held back. The count moves full at 3-2. Three balls, 2 strikes. Bases empty, nobody out for Strawn, the leadoff hitter. Here in the top half of the 4th. The payoff home. Strawn watches outside ball 4. It's the first free pass dealt by the Tornadoes today. As Strawn reaches for 7 hope. Time is called, and Taylor White's going to come out of the Tornado dugout to have a quick chat with her freshman pitcher, Victoria Fagan. Here with Strawn on first. And nobody out. Only the second base runner that Fagan's had to deal with in this ball game. First walk today, again, between Osiello and Fagan. Those two have been in and around the zone all day. So we're here in the top of the 4th, 5-0 Tornadoes. As White continues to chat with her freshman pitcher, the infield in as well. Everybody dancing around, trying to stay warm, as are we here behind home plate. It's been a tough one today. The wind has been blowing. The temperatures are cold. As White finishes her chat with Fagan in the circle. Boris will head back behind the dish. 7 hope will stand in from the right side. Strawn stands on first. As Fagan goes back to work. The runner on first and nobody out. The pitch home is popped up behind home plate. Almost came back to us as Alyssa Boris gives chase. Can't quite get there. The count 0-1 on 7 hope. Strawn work to walk. She stands on first. It's a 0-1 count here to hope with Laney waiting on deck and Murphy, who's now in the circle in the hole. The 0-1 pitch home from Fagan. It is outside. Boris throwing down to try and get Strawn, who will nab second. The ball trickles in the outfield. And Strawn will head all the way to third. So Strawn, the stolen base, and then throw that one to the outfield allowed her to race to third. On a throwing error from the catcher, Alyssa Boris. Counts 1-1. On 7 Hope. As right-handed Fagan toes the slab, looks home to Boris. Wheels and deals a 1-1. That's poked to the right side in foul ground. Winkler gives chase and makes the catch right in front of the Wildcat dugout for the first out. Nice play by Winkler to watch that ball into her glove. It's hard to tell sometimes with those foul balls, especially there near the dugout, how much space you really have. And Winkler did a great job with one arm outstretched, and she brought it in to make the catch. As Laney stands in the box with a runner on third and one down. We'll see if Fagan can dance out of this without allowing any harm. Steals a pitch home, skied high in the infield. Locklear charging in, but it's going to be Graves coming out of nowhere and laying out to make the grab for out number 2. I didn't even see Anna Graves coming from her spot at shortstop. And Locklear was charging in quickly, but might have not got there in time. So Graves came in and took it herself for the second out. As Katie Murphy will stand in with 2 down. Fagan trying to dance out of trouble here and keep this a 5-0 ball game. After the walk, the stolen base, and the throwing error, as this one is chopped up the middle. Locklear on a backhand, unable to get there, and it will be an infield single for Murphy, and the runner comes in to score from third and Strawn. It's 5-1. Good piece of hitting, couldn't get it all the way through the middle, but it was enough to get the base hit. As Boris goes out to chat with Fagan. And a runner now on first as Hamilton has to ditch her catching gear. It's always the case, especially if you're on deck with 2 outs. Catchers have about half their gear on, the leg guards at least, to make it a quicker transition in between innings. As Hamilton stands in here in the top of the 4th, it's a 5-1 game, as the Wildcats are on the board for the first time here in Game 2. First earned run allowed. Actually, it's not an earned run. There's a throwing error from the catcher that put Strawn on third. So as it stands, it's an unearned run with Hamilton in the box. First pitch home. It's outside for a ball. Count a ball in, no strikes here with 2 away. Fagan looking to limit the damage to just 1 on the second hit of the afternoon for the Wildcats. So right-handed Fagan works with a left-handed Hamilton in the box. She twirls and fires home to Hamilton, who takes a call and strike on the outside corner. The count evens at 1-1. The count to Hamilton as Fagan looks at her wrist. Twirls and delivers home. Hamilton watches just a hair up and away. Counts 2 balls and a strike as the sun shines back down on Brevard College softball field. As the left-handed Hamilton awaits the offering, the 2-1 from Fagan. The pitch home is slapped to the right side. Locklear scoops. Underhand toss to second is offline and allows Murphy to slide into second. So a couple errors here in the top of the 4th. Keep the Wildcats alive in this half inning. It's going to be an error on the Tornadoes. Going on Locklear. So the second error of the frame keeps it alive for the Wildcats. And Siplicas will stand in. Runners on first and second and 2 down. Pitch home is low and in from Fagan. The count, the ball in, no strikes. Fagan re-engages with the slab, looks to her dugout to get the call. 1-0 count with Siplicas here with runners on first and second and 2 away. The pitch home. Off the plate outside, ball 2. Hannah Siplicas was not in the lineup for game 1, but she's in right field here in game 2, getting her first at bat, or second. She was up to the plate once already and was retired earlier in this ball game. As Fagan peeks at her wrist, twirls and deals to 2-0. Siplicas behind it, swing and a miss. And the count's 2-1. A 5-1 ball game here in Brevard as the Tornadoes still lead, but some momentum being gathered by the Wildcats here in the top half of the 4th. As Fagan delivers, Siplicas half swing out towards right. It'll drop for a base hit. Runner rounds third and Murphy. Payne comes up throwing, but it's cut off. It's an RBI single for Siplicas, and it's 5-2. So the Wildcats cutting into this deficit. Couple errors by the Tornadoes have helped them keep this half inning alive. And it'll be Salazar to hit with runners on the corners, a tying run at the dish. Fagan works, looking at her wrist, looking for that final out here in the top of the 4th inning. The pitch home is low and in for ball 1. Count of ball in, no strikes. Fagan works 1-0, looped out towards first, and Winkler grabs it off her shoelaces for out number 3. The Wildcats do get 2 on a pair of hits and a couple errors. The Tornadoes help out a little bit to get the Wildcats on the board. It's 5-2 after 3.5. We come back for the bottom of the 4th on the other side here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Number 12, Emma Payne.
Emma Payne will step up for Brevard as the Wildcats have cut into this deficit a little bit. Got some help from the Tornado defense in the top half of the 4th on a pair of errors to keep that inning alive. As we head to the bottom half of the 4th, it's Payne up to bat, Hill on deck. As we go 9-1-2, Smith also awaits in the hole with Murphy back there in the circle working for the Wildcats. The pitch home is high for a ball. The count of ball in, no strikes to Emma Payne. Payne stands back in from the right side. Righty-righty matchup here with Murphy, who wheels and deals. Payne watches high and away for ball 2. Two-0 count here to Payne to lead off the home half of the 4th. The offering home to Payne. She lifts it to right. Stiplica's going back on the run. It's going to drop over her head for extra bases. Payne rounds first. She's going to stop at second with a leadoff double. First hit of the ball game for Emma Payne. As Emily Hill back up, who's 1 for 2 here in game 2 with a runner in scoring position. The Tornadoes looking to answer the first surge from the Wildcats here in this one. As Payne stands on second after going opposite field for a leadoff double. First pitch home to Hill. She tips it back to the backstop. And the count is 0-1. Smith awaits on deck. Reagan Winkler in the hole for the Tornadoes here in the home half of the fourth inning. Murphy wheels and fires the pitch home. This one is lifted to right. Siplicus a couple of steps in, and she'll make the catch on the run. Payne tagging from second, heads to third, and is in safely as Hills retired for the first out.
Batting for the Tornadoes, center fielder number 5, Addison Smith.
Here's Addison Smith with a runner on the corner. And one away here in the bottom half of the fourth inning. So Smith will stand in with Payne on third base after she doubled the lead off the inning, moved over to third. On the fly out from Hill, this one is punched back out of play. And the count 0-1 on Smith. Right-handed Murphy gets the signal from her wrist, twirls and fires a 0-1. It's inside for a ball, and the count evens at 1-1. Wind moving right to left here at Brevard College softball field. Good crowd on hand despite the conditions. Seeing a lot of blankets, multiple layers on just about everybody here in attendance today. So 1-1 is high. Counts 2-1. Murphy gets the call behind the dish from Hamilton. The 2-1. This one is crushed deep to left, going back to the left fielder, and it's on top of the batting cages. A 2-run home run from Addison Smith, and the Tornadoes have answered with 2 here in the fourth inning. It's 7-2. A moonshot from Smith, the second home run of the day for the Tornadoes. It was Andrea Furr in game 1. And here in game 2, Smith exits the ballpark. And it's back to a 5-run lead. So here's Reagan Winkler with the bases empty and still 2 outs to work with for this Tornado offense in a similar spot that they were in game 1. Where they exploded for 7 runs in the 4th and the 5th. To push it into mercy territory. See if the Tornadoes have that firepower here in game 2. 17 runs on the day for this offense. As Murphy twirls the ball in her right hand. Wheels and fires the first pitch home. A called strike across the heart of the plate to Winkler. And the count is 0-1. Right-handed Murphy rocks and delivers a 0-1. It's high and away. Count evens at a ball and a strike to Reagan Winkler. The base is empty and 1 out after Addison Smith's 2-run home run. 2 extra base hits in the inning for the Tornadoes after Payne led it off with a double to right. The 1-1. This one skied high. It will stay in the infield, and Teles Martinez comes off the back to take care of it for the second out. So 2 down here in the bottom of the 4th as Alyssa Boris will stand in with the bases empty and 2 away. Right-handed Murphy winds and fires to Boris. It's downstairs and inside for a ball. Locklear stands on deck, Fur in the hole. 4, 5, and 6 here for the Tornadoes, assuming Boris can get aboard to keep the line moving. If not, that'll delay those meetings to the bottom half of the 5th. As Murphy twirls and delivers, Boris takes a called strike. Count evens at 1-1. Alyssa Boris 0 for 2 here in game 2. Looks to keep the inning alive for the Tornadoes here in the bottom half of the 4th inning, leading 7-2. Murphy twirls and fires a pitch home. Boris dribbles out left side and through for a base hit. Alyssa keeps the line moving and will give Locklear a chance to hit here with 2 down.
Batting for the Tornadoes, second baseman number 10, Riley Locklear.
Now Coach Sheeran out of the dugout. Gonna make a pinch running change. It'll look like McDougal coming out of the dugout, and she will. Take over for Alyssa Boris on the base pass. So Addie McDougal will pinch run for Brevard. As Emily White exchanging softballs with Hamilton behind the dish, and we'll get back ready to roll after the quick change with McDougal now at first, after Boris's 2-out single. So Locklear in the box, a 1 for 2 here in game 2. Look to keep the line moving with Andrea Furr standing on deck. The pitch home from Murphy is high for a ball. The count of ball and no strikes. Murphy toes the slab, looks home to Hamilton. Winds and fires a 1-0. Locklear watches up and away. For ball 2, count 2 balls and no strikes. Steve McDougal decides to go in motion here with 2 down. We've seen the Tornadoes steal multiple bases today, but it's been on some good throws from the Wildcats. Just avoiding the tags right on cue. McDougal's going to take off. The throw is skipped in. Addie takes second. Now he's going to take off for a third. The throw is not in time to get the speedy McDougal, who goes first to third on a stolen base and an error. So an error on the Wildcats. It helps the Tornadoes keep the inning alive and also put a runner a base away for Locklear here in a 3-0 count. Furr waits on deck as Murphy reads her signal off her wrist, fires the 3-0. It's across the heart of the plate, take all the way from Locklear in a 3-0 count. The count moves 3-1. Murphy fires home a 3-1. Locklear dribbles it left side and foul. Right to the left of Emily White and Addie McDougal on third base. And the count moves full, 3-2. Scoreboard's full, 3 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs for Locklear. With Furr standing on deck. As Murphy wheels and deals the payoff. Locklear loops it into left center. It'll drop in the gap for a base hit. McDougal comes in to score. Locklear has herself an RBI single. And it's 8-2 Tornadoes. Now Andrea Furr will stand in. She's been excellent today. Had a double her last time up. As now another pinch runner. Locklear is going to come off the base pass. After McDougal came in to score in the pinch running opportunity, it'll be Caitlin Eaton. Her first appearance on the base pass. The freshman listed as a second baseman on the roster out of Fernandina Beach, Florida. Will take over for Riley Locklear. On the base pass, and Andrea Furr will hit with a runner on first and 2 down after the RBI single from Locklear. Murphy twirls and fires the first pitch home to Furr, who takes a called strike at the top of the zone, and it's 0-1. Right-handed Murphy looks home to Hamilton. Now wheels and deals the 0-1. Furr, a line drive down the left field line, a base hit. It gets by the left fielder Strawn as Eaton round second, heads for third, and Furr has her second double of the ball game. Just a rocket shot off the bat of Furr that got past Strawn's glove in left, and now 2 runners in scoring position for Anna Graves. Now Courtney Orr is going to come out of the Johnson & Wales dugout, probably making a change here, as it will be, looks like Murphy and Tellez Martinez are just going to swap spots. As Tellez Martinez is going to come in the pitch with 2 runners in scoring position and 2 outs. We'll take a quick 30-second ad break and be right back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating, you're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Mytelis Martinez back in the pitch as she swaps spots with Murphy and comes into a dangerous spot here. The Tornadoes 2 runs away from putting in a run rule territory. The Wildcats won't have another opportunity to hit in that case in the 5th. The Tornadoes and Anna Graves, who has just been excellent today, especially defensively, 0 for 1 at the plate with a strikeout and a walk. But it's really been the leather that Graves has shown off here in Game 2. As Teles Martinez delivers high for ball 1 to Graves. After Fur doubled, Locklear's single, she came in, or she was subbed out to pinch run for Caitlin Eaton. And Fur doubled her to third. Pitch home, Graves swings and misses. A nice pitch from Teles Martinez. Martinez winds and fires to 1-1. Graves punches it foul on the backstop. And the count's 1-2. As Teles Martinez looks to get the final out here in the 4th and get her offense back to work that scored 2 in the top half of the 4th. The Tornadoes strike back with 3 of their own to open up a game-high 6-run lead at 8-2. Teles Martinez delivers to Graves, who skies it high to right. Siplikas is underneath it and will make the play for out number 3. So the Tornadoes strand 2 on second and third, but do score 3 as we head to the top half of the 5th. It's 8-2 Tornadoes when we come back on the other side.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Back here at Brevard College Softball Park, it's an 8-2 ball game in favor of the Tornadoes. Brevard out hitting Johnson & Wales 11-3, and they're out to an 8-2 lead as we start the 5th inning. As Mytelis Martinez will stand in, the bases empty and nobody out against the freshman Victoria Fagan, who looks to continue rolling. She's allowed 3 hits. Both runs that came across were unearned due to those 2 Brevard errors in the top half of the 4th inning. As Fagan twirls and fires the first pitch, Teles Martinez takes a called strike. We're underway here in the top of the 5th. Tornadoes in a similar spot that they were in Game 1. They can, assuming Fagan has a scoreless frame here, can end the game with 2 runs in the bottom half of the 5th. But still some work to do against this Johnson Wales offense, who all things considered has not had a bad day. Its pitch home is high for ball 1. This is a team coming in, as I mentioned in the first game, 1-3 on the season coming into today's action, but all 3 of their losses were decided by 1 run. Today was their first game that they lost by more than 1 run. It's a 1-1 home to Teles Martinez. She lifts it to left down the line, tailing foul. And the count's a ball and 2 strikes on my Teles Martinez with the top of the order in Hassel awaiting on deck, as well as Strawn in the hole. 9, 1, and 2 in this order for Teles Martinez, who has come back into pitch. Got the final out of the bottom of the 4th. Fagan lines and fires the 1-2. Teles Martinez pokes it left side again and foul. To stay alive, and the count remains 1 and 2. To remind you, the Tornadoes defense, it's Winkler at first, Locklear at second. Actually, now Eaton's in at second. So Eaton comes in defensively. She came in a pinch run for Locklear, but she'll stay in defensively at second. The 1-2, Teles Martinez chops it out to short for Anna Graves, who has been a machine defensively, and she'll make the routine play for the first out. So here's Hassel with 1 down. Again, it's Winkler, Eaton, Graves, Furr, and Boris behind the ditch. And the outfield, it is Payne in right. In center, it's Smith, and in left is Hill. Pitch home to Hassel. She chops it back up the middle, and it will squeak through underneath the glove of Eaton for a 1-out single for Hassel. So now it's Layla Strawn back in for this Wildcat offense. 1 for 2. On the day is Strawn. There's a pitch home, outside and low for a ball. Count a ball in, no strikes. So runner on first, 1 away for this Tornado defense. As Fagan delivers, Strawn pulls back on a bunt attempt, and it's a called strike regardless. As Fagan works against Strawn here with 1 out in the top half of the 5th inning. Fagan wheels and fires. Strawn takes off the plate, and the count moves 2-1. 7 Hope awaits on deck as Johnson and Wales tries to extend this ball game further as Brevard's offense looking for 2 in the home half of the 5th. If this tally stands as Strawn lays down a bunt to the left side that trickles foul. As Furr scoops it up with the bare hand and feeds it back to Fagan. Now a 2-2 count on Strawn. Two balls and 2 strikes on Strawn. As she bounces one to the left side to third. Furr scoops to throw in time to first as Hassel advances to second, but Brevard glad to trade the runner for an out. And it's a second out of the inning. Seven Hope in the box from the right side. As Fagan twirls the ball in her right hand, looking for out number 3 to strand the runner on second base. Fagan rocks and fires the pitch home to Hope, who chops it foul towards the left side, and the count is 0-1. Runner on second, 2 down for this Tornado defense. As Fagan looks to her dugout, gets the call. Piece at her wrist, and we'll get ready to rock and fire the 0-1. Boris does call time to recycle through her signs, perhaps. As Hope will stand back in from the right side. 0-1 the count on her. Here in the top half of the 5th inning, it's a 6-run lead for Brevard. As Fagan delivers off the plate for a ball, and the count evens at 1-1. One ball, 1 strike, 2 down for this Brevard defense in the top half of the 5th inning. Fagan rocks and fires a 1-1. Hope dribbles it out towards short. Graves scoops on a backhand, throw to first in time for out number 3. Time and time again in this ball game, Anna Graves has delivered defensively, and Brevard will come to the plate in the home half of the fifth, needing 2 to close this one out. We'll see if they can do it when we come back on the other side.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits. It's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Back for the bottom half of the fifth after the Tornadoes hold the Wildcats scoreless in the home half, or the top half of the fifth. Hayden Moody will lead off the home half, with Brevard needing 2 runs against Teles Martinez to try and close out 2 run rule victories here at Brevard College softball field. As Teles Martinez winds and fires the first pitch into Moody, it's up and in for a ball. The count of ball in, no strikes. Teles Martinez working quickly, fires a 1-0. Paints the outside corner, called strike. It's a 1-1. Bases empty, nobody out for the Tornado offense here in the home half of the fifth inning. 8-9-1 we go with Moody, Payne, and Hill for the Tornadoes. The 1-1 to Moody, downstairs for a ball. As Moody ripped a 3 RBI bases clearing triple earlier in this ball game to help Brevard blow this one open just a little bit. As Teles Martinez peeks at her wrist, wheels and fires a 2-1. Inside, the count is 3-1. 3 balls and a strike on Hayden Moody, with Payne awaiting on deck. As Teles Martinez delivers, Moody dribbles one out underneath the glove of Hope at third. And I believe it'll be a base hit for Moody. Don't think Hope got a glove on that one. She did not, so it's a hit for Moody, a single through the left side. And that'll bring Payne up to the plate. Now another pinch runner coming in for the Tornadoes. We'll head down to first to take over for Moody. As Kaylee Marr will come in a pinch run with nobody out here in the fifth, as Courtney Orr confirms that change with the home plate umpire. One swing in the back could end this one. I'm sure it's not what Emma Payne's trying to do, but it could happen. As Payne will stand in from the right side. Mara aboard at first, pinch running for Moody, who ripped a single underneath Hope's glove at third. Pitch home to Payne, downstairs, ball 1. Count of ball in, no strikes. Want to know the count? As Teles Martinez works quickly, fires high for a ball 2. Count 2 balls and no strikes on Payne, 1 for 1, with an RBI here in game 2. It's an RBI double. She also had a sacrifice fly. So the sac fly was the RBI, nonetheless. An RBI for Payne as Marr's going to take off. The throw down, the pitch inside is not in time. And the count's 3-0 on Payne. Marr takes second. And a hitter's count here for Emma Payne. The 3-0 home from Payne, or Teles Martinez is low and in to Payne for ball 4. It's the winning run aboard here for the Tornadoes as Emily Hill will stand in. As another pinch runner here, going to see Callie Panaccione come in to pinch run. So Panaccione will pinch run for Payne. So Emily Hill will hit. Runners on first and second. If Panaccione comes in to score, Brevard will win in run rule fashion for the second time today. Still 3 outs to work with Marr and Panachione on the base pass. Both pinch runners as Hill takes a called strike from Teles Martinez. And the count is 0-1. Here's a 0-1 home from Teles Martinez. Hill skies it to shallow center, but it's going to be the second baseman to come over and take care of it. And Salazar for the first out. Here comes Addison Smith. She blasted a 2-run home run her last time at the plate. She'll stand in from the right side with runners on first and second and 1 out. The first pitch home from Teles Martinez on the inside corner for a called strike. And the count is 0-1. Winkler awaits on deck after the pop out from Hill. Smith stands in with 1 down. The 0-1 home. Downstairs for a ball. And the count evens at a ball and a strike. Panachione on first. Marr on second. Smith in the right-handed batter's box. Here in a 1-1 count. Teles Martinez. The pitch home. Called strike on the inside corner as Marr's taken off for third. She's tagged out. Panachione will head to second. That's an important second out for Johnson and Wales as now Marr is taken off the base pass. Panachione heads to second. The count is 1-2 on Smith. Teles Martinez winds and fires. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. And the inning comes to a close. Tornadoes out scoreless in the bottom of the 5th. We head to the 6th. It's 8-2 Brevard right here live on YouTube.
Earthling Coffee, we're not just brewing drinks, we're crafting experiences that are truly out of this world. From our amazing lattes, made with our exclusive Event Horizon espresso, roasted right here in the Pisgah Forest, to our custom energy drinks, powered by plants and coffee beans, without the crazy chemicals the big guys use. Earthling Coffee isn't just another stop, it's your launchpad for adventure, community, and flavour beyond the stars. Earthling Coffee. So what can we get crafting for you today?
Couple changes for Brevard defensively as we enter the top half of the 6th. Callie Panachione will stay out in right field, and also Peyton Wise will take over for Andrea Furr at third base. As we start this top half of the 6th, Victoria Fagan, who has been dazzling in her collegiate debut, back out there for the 6th inning. Tornadoes had a chance to potentially end this game, but come up empty. The first pitch home is looped out towards short over the head of Anna Graves. First time she's really been passed through today. As Laney gets a base knock. And we'll send Murphy to the plate with the runner on first and nobody out. So Laney aboard first for Murphy. As Fagan gets the call from her wrist. Twirls and fires the first pitch home. It runs inside for a ball. Count of ball and no strikes. Want to know the count. As Fagan peeks at her wrist. Twirls and fires the 1-0 home. This one is looped towards shallow left, and it's going to drop in front of left fielder Hill. Back-to-back singles for the Wildcats. And they're in business with nobody out for Hamilton. Again, not hit extremely hard, just enough put on him to deposit him in the outfield. Now Hamilton will stand in from the left side with nobody out. Runners on first and second. And Laney and Murphy. First pitch home to Hamilton. She skies one out to shallow center. This time playable, and it will be put away for the first out by Smith. And one pitch, one out. And that at bat for Victoria Fagan. So here's Siplicus with first and second, one down, in an 8-2 ball game here in the top half of the sixth. Fagan twirls and fires downstairs for a ball. And the count, one ball in, no strikes. Murphy on first. Laney on second after back-to-back hits to start the frame. To give Johnson and Wales 6 on the afternoon. Again, not a bad day offensively. It's just been an overpowering effort from this Tornado team so far. So it runs inside to Siplicus. It's 2 balls and no strikes. Here comes a 2-0 offering from Fagan. Off the plate for a ball. Ball 3. 3 balls and no strikes. If you listen to the baseball game so far this year, I've talked about how their freshmen don't necessarily look like freshmen. I think the same can be said for Victoria Fagan, who's had herself a really nice day in the circle. She deals a 3-0 home to Siplicus, a called strike. And the count's 3-1. Three balls and a strike to count to Siplicus as Fagan peeks at her wrist and prepares to deal the 3-1. She wheels and fires. Chopper to the right side and foul. And quickly the count moves 3-2. So Fagan working her way back into it. The count moves full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, and an out with runners on first and second. And Salazar waiting on deck with Teles Martinez in the hole. (3-2) payoff on the way from Fagan. Inside corner, a called strike 3, and Siplicus is down looking for out number 2. Second strikeout for Fagan on pitch number 74. Salazar will stand in from the right side with 2 away. We saw a 5-inning complete game from Elizabeth Osceola there in game 1. Fagan 4 outs away from a complete game in her first collegiate action. The pitch home is lifted to right. A right fielder falls down. The ball drops. Benacion takes a spill as the runner will score all the way from second. And I think it will still be a hit for Johnson and Wales. Salazar with the RBI double to make it 8-3. Looks like Benacion just lost her footing there in right. And a run comes in to score on the RBI double from Salazar. As Teles Martinez, with 2 runners in scoring position, will step in with 2 away. Fagan toes the slab. Looks home and will twirl and deal the first pitch. Swinging it downstairs from Teles Martinez, a healthy cut. And the count is 0-1. Fagan gets the call from the Brevard dugout. And we'll fire the next pitch. It's outside and high. Count evens at a ball and a strike. Righty-righty matchup here with 2 down, a 1-1 count. Fagan to Teles Martinez. The 1-1 offering, Teles Martinez, a pop-up that will be playable for Winkler at first. She'll put it away for the 3rd out. So the Wildcats do get 1 on an RBI double from Salazar, but that's it. And we head to the bottom half of the 6th inning. It's 8-3 Tornadoes when we come back on the other side. Reagan Winkler will lead off Brevard's half of the sixth. 3, 4, and 5 coming to the plate for the Tornadoes here in an 8-3 ball game. Anyway you slice it, Brevard will need 3 outs defensively unless it can get 3 runs here in the home half of the sixth inning. See what happens here with Winkler at the dish. Boris and Locklear also set to come up for the Tornadoes here in the bottom of the sixth inning. Winkler 1 for 3 today, an RBI. And she'll work against Tellez Martinez, who winds and fires the first pitch home. It's at the top of the zone for a called strike. And it's 0-1. So Brevard, as it stands right now, if this result holds, we'll move to 2-0 in the young season. We'll head on a lengthy road trip, 18 games on the road before they come back home on March 24th. This pitch taken downstairs. Count evens at 1-1. Hopefully by then it won't be as cold out here and it won't be as hard to call these games. But I hope you've enjoyed our coverage. Glad we can bring it to you free of charge live on YouTube. It's a 1-1 home from Tellez Martinez inside, but a called strike. Clip the inside corner. The count's 1-2 on Reagan to lead off this home half of the sixth inning. Tellez Martinez twirls and deals a 1-2 to Winkler, who slaps it out to center field, drops for a base hit. Great piece of hitting from Winkler to take it the opposite way. And she's aboard for Alyssa Boris.
Batting for the Tornadoes, the catcher number 99, Alyssa Boris.
So Boris stands in from the right side with Winkler aboard first. And Locklear, or it'll be Eaton on deck, my apologies. Came in defensively in that half inning. It's outside to Alyssa for a ball from Tellez Martinez. To count a ball and no strikes. 8 runs on 13 hits in this ball game for the Tornadoes. 3 runs on 7 hits for Johnson and Wales against the freshman Victoria Fagan, who has been stellar today. Pitch home to Boris. She lifts it down the left field line. It's tailing foul. And the count is 1-1. Ball and a strike. Runner on first and Winkler at the leadoff single. And nobody out for Boris in this Tornado offense in the home half of the sixth inning. Tellez Martinez wheels and deals to Boris. It's off the plate. And the count's 2-1 to Alyssa. Right-handed hitting catcher, the junior. Starts in both game 1 and game 2. The 2-1. Home from Tellez Martinez. Boris skies it right side. Siplicus on her horse, but it's going to be the second baseman to take care of it in Salazar, and there's 1 down. Now it's Caitlin Eaton to stand in from the right side. As Eaton, who came in defensively, was a pinch runner, then subbed in defensively for Locklear at second. And Eaton will get her first at-bat of 2026. A pitch home to her. Skied high right side, and that'll play. Not only the first at-bat of Eaton's season, but the first of her career. And she falls behind 0-1 on the foul ball. To the right side, off of Tellez Martinez. The offering home, the 0-1. Eaton skies it high left side. Shortstop comes over, puts it away for the second out. So after the Winkler leadoff single, Tellez Martinez has retired the next 2.
Now batting for the Tornadoes, number 33, Peyton Wise.
Peyton Wise will hit here with 2 down. Here in an 8-3 ball game. As Tellez Martinez peeks at her wrists, wheels and fires the first pitch home. Wise, a line drive out to second, and it's gloved by Salazar for out number 3. So the Tornadoes need 3 defensively in the top of the 7th. When we come back, the Tornadoes need 3 outs in an 8-3 ball game right here live on YouTube.
Bow time.
It's not just football season. It's tailgate season.
And this season includes every kind of football.
Crispy.
Will you accept this leg?
And everything that's not.
Because it doesn't matter where you tailgate, with crispy hand-breaded chicken and scratch-made biscuits, it's her!
You're not just tailgating. You're tailgating like a legend.
It's bow time. Order your tailgate box in the Bojangles app today.
Hassel will kick off this top of the 7th for Johnson and Wales, needing 5 runs here in the 7th inning to keep this ball game alive against Victoria Fagan, looking for the complete game. And what's been a stellar effort for her, only one of the 3 runs that have come across have been earned. She's allowed 7 hits. This Johnson and Wales offense, as Hassel, Strawn, and Hope are due up for the Wildcats to close out a, I'm even going to say brisk, a cold day here in Brevard, North Carolina, that has just gotten colder throughout the day. Lots of wind. As Fagan delivers a first pitch strike home to Hassel, and it's 0-1. No balls and a strike to Hassel, the center fielder. The left fielder, Strawn, waits on deck with third baseman Hope in the hole for the Wildcats here in the top half of the 7th. Pitch home, off the plate. Count evens at 1-1. One ball and a strike. The freshman Fagan back to work. She delivers home. Pitch to Hassel. Off the plate. Counts 2-1. 2 balls and a strike. Again, the Tornadoes will be in action again next week on the road. Saturday at Covenant for a midweek doubleheader with Maryville, both on the road. Pitch home to Hassel. She dribbles it foul. And the count 2-2. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Base is empty. Nobody out for the Wildcat offense here in the top half of the 7th inning. .78 pitches for Fagan entering this inning. As the righty looks at her wrist, time is called. They'll recycle through their signs. As Boris readjusts behind the dish. Two and two the count to Hassel. As this pitch just missed or outside for ball 3. That was really close there on Hassel, but she stays alive and the count moves full at 3-2. The payoff home to Hassel. On the way from Fagan, it's lined right side and through for a base hit. So she stays alive on a pitch that just barely missed, and she takes advantage by punching it through the right side, does Hassel. And a runner on first. Now for Strawn. Boris gives some signals to her infield. The runner on first now, just behind the plate. As Fagan delivers to Strawn, who lays down a bunt, but it's foul to the left side. And she'll retrieve her bat and deal with a 0-1 count here with Hassel on first and nobody out. Tornadoes need 3 outs to close this one out and improve to 2-0 after the first doubleheader of the 2026 season. Fagan twirls the ball in her right hand, gets the call behind the dish from Boris. Now feeds the next pitch home. It's just off the plate for a ball, and the count evens at 1-1. Fagan trying to close out a complete game. 89 pitches in this outing. She deals a 1-1 home. Strawn dribbles it up the middle back to Graves. She flips it to second for 1. That's going to be the only out. As Strawn down to first, but taking care of the lead runner is Anna Graves, and she takes it herself to second base. Strawn replaces Hassel at first. And Courtney Orr looks like she's making a change here. Pinch runner. As Isabella Herrera, who started in the outfield in Game 1, comes into pinch run. With 1 down for 7, Hope. Hope will stand in from the right side with Fagan in the circle. 1 down as Fagan twirls and fires to Hope. It's dribbled back up the middle. Graves takes it herself, lost the base or the softball in between her legs, but right behind her was Eaton. who scoops it up and tags it back for out number 2. A wacky play, but Eaton was right there on the backup and the heads-up play to tag the bag and get the second out. Tornadoes are an out away, as is Fagan from a complete game here in her collegiate debut. 2 down for Fagan in this Tornado defense. As she winds and fires the first pitch home. Swing and a miss up high. Strike 1. And the count is 0-1. Fagan twirls the ball in her right hand. Roxon fires the 0-1. Outside for a ball, and the count evens at 1-1. Tornadoes looking to close out a doubleheader sweep over Johnson and Wales. The leadoff hitter reached on a single, but since then it's been back-to-back fielder's choice. Ball is up the middle. As Fagan wheels and deals a 1-1. This one grounded left side to third. Wise scoops her throw in time, and that's how the ball game ends. Brevard wins 8-3 over Johnson and Wales to sweep the doubleheader. We played 12 innings today, and it is cold. So we're going to get going, but the Tornadoes head on the road next week at Covington on Saturday for a doubleheader as Brevard wins the first 2 games of 2026. We'll talk to you next time here live on YouTube.